Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na mema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame sisi kwa neema nyingi, sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. We can commence.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, February 19th, 2020, in the afternoon sitting. Quarterly Economic and Budgetary Review for the first half financial year 2019-2020 from the National Treasury and Planning. 2, the third quarterly report covering the period from 1st of July 2019 to 30th of September 2019 from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. 3, the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year that ended 30th June 2018 and the certificate therein. Brand Kenya Board, the National Environment Management Authority. Number 4, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements in respect of the Imarisha Naivasha Trust for the year that ended 30th June 2017 and the certificate therein. And lastly, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement in respect of the Game constituency for the year that ended 30th June 2018 and the certificate therein. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chair of Special Funds, Honorable Kadhulu Murungi.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on audited financial statements for the Wezo Fund for the financial year 2016-2017 and the Women Enterprise Fund for the financial year 2017-2018, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I hope the other chairs of committees or membership of the other committees who are to renew the notices they had given in the third session, as the last session, are also ready to renew those notices so that in the meantime, as the committees grapple with the budget policy statements, we can then dispose of those reports. So I know I have approved very many of them. I don't know which chairs, and I know there's one from Justice and Legal Affairs. Honorable Gitonga Murugara, you are the one I think who signed. Do you have it?
So tomorrow afternoon.
They're not here.
Yeah, I was.
Chair Lance, Honorable Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was informing you that I'm ready with the, may I go ahead? Honorable Speaker, I would like to present the Parliamentary Committee on Lands, business status for the third session 2019. Honorable Speaker.
Is it to lay a report or to? Oh, that's a statement. We haven't gotten there. We haven't gotten there yet. There was also, yeah, there was that from, not just from Special Funds Committee, there was one from the Committee on Administration and National Security. Honorable Munyin, you have the notice. A statement. No, not yet statement, not your statement. I did indicate that sessional business usually tends to ordinarily lapses with the end of each session. And because there are some reports from various committees whose reports were tabled, the reports did not lapse. What lapsed, in fact, reports don't even lapse with even end of a parliament. What tends to happen is that the notices of motion are the ones that lapse, so that a new session needs to be given notice of a motion for adoption and or rejection of a report which has been laid. So it is the motions, the notices which are supposed to be given to this to open the way for the House to debate those reports, those various reports. Do you have, did I see the Honorable Murugara on his feet?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House notes the annual reports on the state of the judiciary for the financial years 2016-2017 and 2017-2018 submitted to the House pursuant to the provisions of Article 254, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, and adopts the recommendations of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs as contained in the reports of the committee laid on the table of the House on Thursday, May 9th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. It is that kind of report that I said we need to debate. Public Accounts Committee? public accounts? Was there anything from? Honorable Kazuri Murungi, you give notice of one, give the next.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited financial statements for the Agricultural Settlement Trustee Fund for the year ended 30th June 2016, the Universal Service Fund for the year ended 30th June 2017, and the Water Sector Trust Fund for the year ended 30th June 2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, October 29th, 2019. Thank you.
Laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 26, 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Which is the next. There was one for Defense and Foreign Relations. Is another one for Environment and Natural Resources. One of Defense. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Italian Republic on the Luigi Broglio Malindi Space Center, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2019. I thank you.
Very well. Should that conclude the notices of motion? Well, the other one is a report by the Committee on Implementation, and the other one, Environment. The leadership have either decided to go to the villages and remain there. So they will be dealt with tomorrow. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Kinango. Member for Kinango, you must, if you are here, you must make a request. You just come in the chamber and relax. Proceed.
I did, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 008 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Science and Technology. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all constituencies benefiting from the school feeding program under the Ministry of Education and indicate when Kinango constituency will be considered? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary also explain the criteria used to allocate and distribute infrastructure funds and explain the amount of funds allocated to schools in Kinango constituency, noting that those schools have the poorest infrastructure in the region? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be responded to before the Cabinet, before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next, member for Meru County, the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is number 009 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. 1. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that Kunene St. Anne Kagayene Miomponi Road, which was being upgraded in 2017, has never been completed? 2. What steps is the ministry taking to resolve the road issues in Meru County? 3. What mechanism has the ministry put in place to ensure the road will be completed, as it has been long overdue? 4. How else is the ministry planning to deal with these issues, because it has caused inconvenience to the residents' daily activities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Vera, question to be responded to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Final question, member for Suna West, Peter Masara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 010 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary of Interior and Coordination of National Government. What action is the Cabinet Secretary taking to curb increased cases of insecurity, particularly theft and harassment of border operators in Suna Ragana and Wiga Division in Suna West constituency? Number two, could the Cabinet Secretary consider gazetting the newly established police station in Pinyoye, Masara, and Oruba area in Suna West constituency and facilitate them with the necessary equipment and personnel? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's a police station called Masara.
Masara police station.
Just like the questioner.
Yes, like my name, Mr. Speaker. It's not special. Masara was once a councillor, and that name is a very important name in our area, and that's why even I'm here, Mr. Speaker, as the representative of the people of Suna West.
That's the reason why you are here also.
I'll
You upgraded.
No, there's a town gazetted by the Kenya government as Masara Town, and it happens to be my name and the name of my father, Mr. Speaker.
So you derived the name from the town, or the town
Yes.
derived its name from you?
The town maybe derived the name from my father's name. So I'm a dynasty, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That question from that dynasty then will be responded to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. We get to the next segment of this order being statements. Statement from the Committee on Administration and National Security. Is it the Honorable Amunyinyi who is responding?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42 regarding reports on questions and your communication of 13th February 2020, I wish to present a statement on the status of questions referred to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Mr. Speaker, the committee received a total of 47 questions asked by members and were referred by the chair. Out of the 47 questions, Mr. Speaker, 16 were answered and disposed successfully. Mr. Speaker, 6 questions were answered, but the questions were not satisfactory. Members as well as the committee were not satisfied, and they were referred back to the ministry for satisfactory answers. Mr. Speaker, 13 questions were deferred and 12 were dropped. The questions that were dropped, Mr. Speaker, were for failure by the members who asked the questions to appear before the committee and prosecute their questions. Now, Mr. Speaker, the questions which were deferred were also deferred at the request of either the members who asked the question or the ministry, the cabinet secretary, Mr. Speaker, for being unavailable to respond to the questions. Mr. Speaker, I have a schedule indicating the status of all the questions that were asked before the committee, which also provides the date the question was asked, the member who asked the question itself, and the status, Mr. Speaker. And I do therefore request that you allow me to table this, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, table it. Next statement, is it Chair of Budget?
Honorable Speaker, this is a statement on the pre-budget conference 2020. Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, the 2020 budget policy statement was laid on the House last Thursday, 13th February 2020. And upon being laid, it was committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee as well as the departmental committees. This key document gives an overview of broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide both the national and county governments in the upcoming budget preparation processes this year. Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has identified weak links between previous budget policy statements and the annual estimates. Weak policies in the budget policy statement has led to weak expenditure prioritization, regular revisions of annual budgets through the supplementary budgets, Honorable Speaker, that we consider and approve, and delay in the implementation of key government development projects. This, Honorable Speaker, has resulted in less credible budgets that effectively and efficiently tackle pertinent issues that affect our country. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, the legislature being one of the institutions that plays a pivotal role in the national budget process from the time of the budget policies, from the time the budget policy statement is submitted for approval, Parliament is expected to review the policy document and identify strengths and weaknesses of the proposed policies, taking into account issues such as rising unemployment, especially amongst our youth, the huge public debt that afflicts our country. It is increasingly apparent, Honorable Speaker, that there is need for both the executive and Parliament to have adequate consultations on issues relevant to the budget so as to prevent divergent views, as witnessed in previous years. Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has therefore organized a pre-budget conference inviting chairpersons and vice chairpersons of departmental committees, as well as key stakeholders such as the National Treasury, the Central Bank of Kenya, KIPRA, and other stakeholders. The purpose of the conference, Honorable Speaker, is to engage them on pertinent issues and to have a common understanding of crucial economic policies and budgetary issues as contained in the BPS that was tabled before this House, Honorable Speaker, last week. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude this statement, I want to urge the departmental committees through their chairs to adhere to the short timelines provided for processing of the budget policy statement. The Budget and Appropriations Committee expects to receive the submissions from departmental committees by the 25th of February, Honorable Speaker, which is next week on Tuesday. This will facilitate the tabling of the Budget and Appropriations Committee report on the 2020 BPS by Tuesday, 3rd March 2020. The Parliamentary Budget Office will be circulating the program to guide departmental committees, and I urge the House to support the office in this endeavor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And in this statement, we have attached a program of the budget policy processing timelines. And it's only important, Honorable Speaker, as much as I can't see very many chairs in the House, to remind chairs, but I see a number of them, including that of ICT and the Vice Chair Agriculture. And Honorable Ario, who can also see, and a few others who are in the House, Honorable Speaker. But it's important also for other members to consider the very limited time we have. You know, our own procedures, Honorable Speaker, give us only 14 days. And it's been talked, Honorable Speaker, and I think is a challenge we need to take as a House this year to review the Public Finance Management Act to create more time, at least to the mid of March, or maybe about 15th or 20th of March every year, to be able to have adequate time to consider BPS adequately for committees. But given that our statutes now allow us only 14 days after tabling, the limited time we have only allows us this week, and I have seen a number of committees meeting their MDAs, and next week, not for consideration, Honorable Speaker, but to appear before the Budget and Appropriations Committee from Tuesday, and we'll be seeking permission, Honorable Speaker, from your office to be able to continue on Wednesday, and hopefully on Thursday morning to be able to meet with the Judiciary, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and the Auditor General, maybe on Thursday morning. That will enable us to retreat on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, finalize our report, and be able to table it the following week on 3rd of March. And therefore wish to plead with the chairs, vice chairs, first to be available this weekend, this Friday, Honorable Speaker. We are looking for a venue that is convenient. We had that engagement in the Liaison Committee meeting this morning, and we are looking for a venue that will be convenient for most chairs and vice chairs, and also invite other members who will be in town on Friday to come and participate in the pre-budget conference, since it is important that we're able to conclude that before we table our report the week after next week. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So honorable members, I hope members were listening, because I can see some are just all over here. Those ones who are busy shaking hands, greeting, gossiping, and I doubt whether they even followed anything. This is more important than those TV appearances of the mornings, when nobody wants to be disturbed with a lot of noise about some of the things that I see you engaging in. This is more important. You can suspend TV appearances for these days because you are dealing with very serious stuff. Nobody elected you to those TV shows. But please pay attention to this, and the chairs of committees must comply by, as much as possible, comply with the timelines, because unfortunately it is the law. The law is the one that has really constrained the times available for you to look through the various policy pronouncements coming from various ministries and departments. Honorable John Bundy.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Chair of Budget, my committee actually, for the statement. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you have again re-emphasized and made it very clear that this is a very important exercise. Mr. Speaker, my concerns are two. One, previously we have had cases where the chairs of committees have complained that the budget committee sometimes fails to take into consideration the proposals from the various departmental committees. But Mr. Speaker, my concern is that when we have important meetings where the budget committee would engage with the departmental committees well in advance before we start the actual process of dealing with the estimates, like now the pre-budget conference and other very important budget engagements, then you find the chairs of various committees don't give such meetings the due consideration. There are some chairs who are very good, who would come and attend most of the meetings, but some chairs don't even want to send their vice chairs. Some send their vice chairs. Not that the vice chairs are not efficient as such, but really just to give this engagement the prominence, the importance, and attach to it the seriousness, we need engagement between the budget committee and these departmental committees so that we understand the policy framework and the understanding of the executive and what Parliament wants to do. Because, Mr. Speaker, one thing that I want the chairs to understand is that a budget, the country has one budget. And so, for you to even be effective in aligning your budgets to the framework, the policy framework of the country, there is need for all of us to engage. You don't just go and sit in a corner and start reducing, removing, and reallocating resources here and there. It is important that this fits in the policy framework of the entire government. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just going to plead, although you went ahead of me, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to plead and ask the chairs that this meeting, the pre-budget meeting, we have full house if possible. We had a meeting in Mombasa and the chair would confirm to you. And it was a very important meeting where we discussed a lot of issues regarding budget implementation. And chairs, not even a third of the chairs were present in that meeting. And we wanted to agree with the chairs that even before we start the next phase of the budget process, we should be sure on how the government or the executive is implementing the previous budget. Because it is not just important to allocate resources. It is equally important to ensure that the resources that are allocated are spent and the projects are implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, please, I want to plead with the chairs that let them give these meetings the due consideration and the prominence and the importance that the meetings deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, and chair budget, whoever it is that clerks your pre-budget conference, instruct them or tell them it is directed, there should be a record of attendance. Which departmental committee, so that thereafter they don't come here to say, oh, we presented this, presented to who? This is important. They must therefore attend. If you don't want to attend, please, nobody forces you to be a chair of a committee. Just go to where you want to feel more comfortable in the looking after whatever, children or goats or camel or cattle or whatever it is. But please, let the work of parliament be done by those who are interested in doing it. If you are not able as a chair of a committee, please just, we need seriousness in the house. If you don't have the capacity to sit through a conference, just depute somebody who has the capacity or interest. We don't want a meeting as important as this. Then the next thing we hear is people coming here to complain that they appeared before budget committee. They say this. You need to understand the framework within which those decisions are going to be made. Again, it's what's background. So the chairs of committees, if they don't, please, they make sure, and we want that report, the report of those who will have attended to be tabled here, so that it will form the basis of the decision by whoever is in the chair of denying them the opportunity to come and make unnecessary, recriminations. Honorable Omalwa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed true, Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement is very critical. I listened carefully, Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Ichungwa was doing his presentation. And Mr. Speaker, I observed that the chairs who've been invited are only departmental committees. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, because there is a positive correlation between the watchdog committees, and it will be very important, the three watchdog committees, even if they are morticians, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of synergy, so that they can also be invited, because there's that synergy, the logical flow, so that they can also be present, Mr. Speaker, during the pre-budget conference. So, because I listened and he only said the departmental chairs. So, how I wish, Mr. Speaker, that the SPAC, PAC, and
now let me give further directions. The chair and vice chair of the Public Accounts Committee, all their deputed representatives, the chair of Public Investments Committee, and vice chair, all their deputed representatives, the chair of Special Funds Committee, and the vice chair, or such other members as you will depute, the chair of members' facilities. I know the committee has not been formed, but it is going to be formed. But the former chair and the vice, or the vice might be undergoing some biological processes, or any such person as may accompany you. Yeah, I'm just going by what I was able to see before the end of the last session. So, and indeed, as the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee indicated, any other interested member. So indeed, I think it is because it's good even when you engage with those ministries and departments, every one of you is able to take them on board on the basis of some of the deliberations that will have happened at that pre-budget conference. I can say the member for, still on this one, the honorable member for Seme has not been here. He wasn't here at least yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to actually support the statement by the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee that they have this pre-budget conference. And I really appreciate that he has said any other members who may wish to attend. Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement is actually the core document for the whole budgeting process. And Mr. Speaker, I've been concerned that actually the time we are given, which is 14 days and 7 days for the committees, may actually not be enough. And sometimes I've wondered, Mr. Speaker, whether we cannot actually suspend the plenaries during this process. Because if you look at those documents, there is so much that is going on in policy, and the policy is supposed to encompass both the national and the county governments. And if you don't look carefully, what you tend to see is actually the budget policy statement is addressing to a large extent the national government issues. And you don't see a very clear link with the county government issues. And therefore, it is so important. We have been accused sometimes that as Parliament, we don't actually want to give funds to the counties. But at this moment, you get so much details which is coming from the national government, and you only get a division which is already done on the Sierra recommendations and the 15% rule without actually knowing exactly what is happening. Whereas that may not be our mandate, but I think proper reading would actually guide us in some areas where we may actually question the money that has been left with the national government and find a way of putting. So I think this is an extremely important process. And once again, I say it may be important, maybe not this time, that actually during this process, we actually suspend the preliminaries so that members can seriously sit in the committees and see what we are talking about. We have the power of the purse, but you cannot have the power of the purse if you do not understand the process that goes into the purse. So, Mr. Speaker, I support that, and that suggestion that maybe next we suspend the plenaries so that we actually take time, because first of all, the committee understands. Then you now interact with the MDS and the ministries. It is then you make a report that goes to the budget committee as a committee. It needs more time than we have. Mr. Speaker, I thought that is an important point we should raise and look at it in the future.
Well, very well, honourable members. As you appreciate, there are very many documents which are always tabled here. Some of them much more complicated and complex than even the BPS itself. The reason for the tabling is so as to allow members time to go and interact with those reports. So since the budget policy statement was tabled here on Thursday last week, the assumption is that throughout last weekend, rather than engage in those other things that you do, please, you are expected now to go into the document, so that by the time you begin this week interacting with the ministries, you are at par. But if you did not get the chance to do it because of one reason or other, somebody else most likely got time to read through it. So they will carry you through. And for information of members, other members, for information of members, including the chairs, including the chair of PIC, including the chair of PIC who is walking away with one of his members, I have given instructions that at every committee meeting, there should be an order, just like we say on the order paper. One of which, after you have said your prayers, I assume that you still say prayers. Yeah? But I'm sure you don't administer oath. Yeah? There should be communication from the chairperson, or whoever it is. Let us adopt this with the minor amendments. This thing of messages, we have given instructions that it be replaced with a brief from the head of the secretariat of that committee of what it is, what business is it that you have been called on that particular day and time to transact. A brief that we are here today, we are considering this petition. The petition is about ABCD. So that all of you, of course, forget about those who are the latecomers, but those who are present that form quorum, at least know upfront the issues that you are going to be confronted with. And the staff have been appropriately trained and instructed to make sure that that is always followed. And I'm saying this because I realize that many of you sometimes walk into committee, having come from some debates in some other fora, I watch most of you in the mornings, and so you might come there with a lot of those funny ideas, so that at least you are brought up to speed with the business that you are going to transact. In a brief, should not take more than 15 minutes at the very most, so that if members who are there have any issues they would want to raise in-house, they are able to raise, and you agree on how you are to go to transact the business of the committee. So when you see the secretariat telling you, don't chairman or chairwoman, or, I mean, what do you call it, chairperson, if you hear them telling you, please, let's not start before I take you through what we are going to transact. It is just because we want to make the work of the committee also be clear, so that the members, from the time when you begin, and this study is very well with what the point that has been raised by the Honorable Nyikar. Because even if some of you, as I know many of you may not have read the BPS, notwithstanding it that it was laid on Thursday, at least you can be quickly taken through. Every committee has some fiscal analysts. So that you can be taken away from the village where you might have been over the weekend and brought into the meeting. And then that way, I'm sure you'll be able to interact from a position of knowledge. We are trying to do this as a way of trying to bridge the gap that may be there because of the various activities members engage in, apart from also doing the committee work. Honorable Nyikal. But of course, that does not take away the necessity for every member to really read through the documents that have been tabled and which may be appearing, which may be relevant and necessary for you to be able to participate in the discussions or debates in a committee. So that I think is going to be followed. We have been given instructions that happens. So just to try to bridge that gap, I can understand and appreciate the gap that the Honorable Nyikala said, because then we may not need to suspend the plenary sittings, because of course the House is still required to sit in plenary. The Honorable Kimani Ichung'wa, Chair of Budget, did make reference to these very tight timelines, and has given, he has informed members that there is a proposal to amend the PFM Act to try and, give the House more time. But for the time being, we must do with what we have. Those very tight timelines are also there in the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, which I think also requires some relooking, and I think I would be expecting that the Honorable John Olago Aluoch, the Honorable Tienda Molo, TJ Kajuang, and others take a lead in looking at those timelines, because the practice in other jurisdictions is one where Parliament is never really tied. You cannot be told to approve a person to become a cabinet minister within this time. If you don't, the person is deemed to have been appointed. Then what are you supposed to be? Where is the time for you to get the public to even appear before you? Or even, for you to even try to dig deeper about the past, the records of the person that is appearing before you. So I'm just saying this because the Chair of Budget did indicate about the need to look at the timelines given in the PFM Act. Of course, it can't be open-ended, but also, likewise, that Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act needs to be looked at, so that it enables the House. I've seen in some jurisdictions, without naming any particular one, where they can even stay with names of nominees for up to 4 months. Because you want to know as much as possible about the person, the nominee. But when you are hurried, you really have very little time. And of course, bearing in mind that members do not just keep digging history, they are also digging other things. So, like, we appreciate members are doing other things, not, not only about the history of a nominee. So I think if we can leave this at that, but encourage as many of us as possible to attend at that pre-budget conference, I think it will be a useful thing. Can we be able to do some other business? Honorable Tiende Omolo, you want to say something?
Mr. Speaker, only very briefly, and only because I see my chair and vice chair of the Public Accounts Committee are not here, other than saying that I think your point on relooking at the approval timelines and the conduct of committees is well taken, and to assure you that for the Public Accounts Committee, we have always observed that, including administering oaths. But the point I wanted to bring in very briefly in respect of the intervention by the Chair of Budget, the Honorable Chungwa, which I think is also quite opportune and timely, is that because some of us may not get the opportunity to attend, and my chair and vice chair are not here, is I would urge the chair and the other chairs together with the committee to try and create some correlation between the Public Accounts Committee reports passed by this House, especially insofar as it finds impropriety in some departments, including surcharge, and the budgetary allocations to those departments, because until they get to know that there are consequences for improper use of public resources, they believe it is unimportant what the House says. So I urge that in specific cases, and that we consider all those reports that we have adopted in relooking at the allocations, only if the departments begin to know that there are financial consequences, then they will start respecting the PFM Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alongside the Treasury Memorandum, such as the one which was tabled here yesterday, Leader of Majority, you want some intervention?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I go to the substantive, you have raised some very good things that will improve how our committees run. Mr. Speaker, I want us to go further with your direction, that we put name tags in committee rooms. You know, the story of my name is Honorable Duale, I'm Professor, Doctor, all this is boring. So that when somebody walks to a committee room, like other jurisdiction, the chairs, and then we also do it according to ranking, so that a member doesn't need to introduce himself. The public person seeing knows, and I'm sure once this building is complete, we will have specific committee rules, but I think we need to improve, and also even improve on how we ask questions. But Mr. Speaker, why I've stood on Standing Order 44A5, and when Honorable Wamunyinyi was making, Honorable Wamunyinyi, yeah, he's not, he looked like he was in Kandunyi constituency. And when he was making his statement on behalf of the committee, he talked of 47 questions that the committee dealt with last year, if I had him. But because Standing Order 44A5 gives me some role, and this is a house of record, and I have all the questions that went to committees, and the committee has in our record 112 questions. So I really want him to give tomorrow a more substantive answer and tell the House, out of the 47, what happened to the other questions? You know, so I think because we will, maybe the clerk in the committee, or there was an error. In the record, it shows that committee had 112 questions. Our senior member, ranking member said 47. So what happened? But I think if maybe he's not ready now, maybe you can consult. You can consult and maybe make a more accurate statement tomorrow afternoon.
You know, honourable members, I'm speaking to something I'm watching. What is this thing of members embracing those ones? The one in green and another one. I don't. What is this? This is. I saw some very interesting. Please. I thought we were through with that 14th of February. Honorable Munyenyi, would you want to, according to the record that the Honorable Duale has, which I was shown also, there were 112 questions directed at your committee, and you have indicated that you dealt with 47, so about 55 or
Mr. Speaker, according to our record, those are the questions that were presented before the committee. But I cannot confirm that this is inaccurate, because that's the information I have. But I can undertake to conduct another check with the Secretariat and the Clerk's office so that we really confirm. Otherwise, they could have disappeared somewhere along the way, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
No, I think the Honorable Munyenyi has been quite frank that it is good to check with both the person clerking his committee and the director of committees, because the director of committees is the one who is the source of the record that we have. But what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, even as I appreciate what Honorable Munyenyi is saying, I want to support what the Leader of Majority said in regard to the questions, and particularly questions, Honorable Speaker, and for those of us who spend time in this chamber, you will agree with me, Honorable Speaker, that most of the questions by members of Parliament pertain either to issues to do with security or roads. Therefore, the two committees definitely will be the committees with most questions. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Security has become notorious on not following up on questions asked by members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I say that because among us the questions that seems to have disappeared somewhere, if I may use the words of Honorable Munyenyi, and they disappear deliberately, Honorable Speaker, is a question that I asked last year on the question of the Department of Immigration, on foreigners who are working in this country, who have not been permitted by the ministry and other government agencies to work in this country, Honorable Speaker. As a consequence, Honorable Speaker, you have seen a Chinese national whipping a Kenyan working in a hotel, Honorable Speaker. If the chair of National Security Committee had taken the work of this House more seriously, Honorable Speaker, and called the CS, National Treasury, and the Ministry and the Department of Immigration, Honorable Speaker, probably we would have arrested the kind of scenarios you are seeing today, Chinese nationals whipping Kenyans. Kenyans who are being punished for being poor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think it's only right that Honorable Munyenyi, and I appreciate that he's only doing that on behalf of his chair, that even when the chair returns from his trip, Honorable, or his sabbatical leave, that the chair, Honorable Speaker, be the one to come before the House and submit a full list, because this is House of Records, Honorable Speaker. There cannot be questions disappearing somehow. Those questions disappear because people are afraid. People do not want to call the Minister of Interior to be able to be held accountable by this House. And that's the only work we have been elected by people, Honorable Speaker, to represent them.
No, I'm sure I can almost tell. You can look at Honorable Munyenyi. I'm not too sure that he can fear to call anybody to respond to questions. But I think since the Honorable Munyenyi has said he's going to cross-check with his head of the Secretariat and the Director of Committees, let's allow him tomorrow. What is happening today is an update of the business transacted by each committee. That was the report from the Committee on Administration and National Security. The next report is from the Committee on Lands. And the other one is from the Committee on ICT. Honorable Region Nyamai, very quickly. Yeah, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, a minute. Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chair, Speaker is raising a serious matter and is sharing with me. I think you need to share with the House that locust has invaded the House, the President of Parliament. He has told me he has found a locust in his office, and he has shown me on photo a locust in the dining. And Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, The Speaker, he has taken the picture, but I told him the man who said we should take pictures is no longer the minister. The man who is now in charge said locusts are very old. So, Mr. Speaker, can you give him an opportunity just to confirm whether locusts were found in his office or can present whether locusts were found? Because he's telling me since morning.
No, I think let's not deal with the communication tete. So let's just allow, we can allow members to communicate. Honorable Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, before I go to this, I would like to confirm that just like the leader of majority, the Honorable Duale, the Deputy Speaker has shown me photos of yellow locusts. And the chairs are very clear that it's the chairs in our restaurant. So, Honorable Speaker, it is true that the locusts have also arrived in Parliament. So this is a matter that needs to be followed.
I think let's not deal with the issue because I'm not too sure. Of course, you are the people's representatives, and therefore maybe they may have come to present their grievances to you.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to go direct to the matter concerning what the Parliamentary Committee on Lands was able to do. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the serious committees in this House, and I would like to thank the members because they are very supportive and serious when it comes to deliberation of issues, and we were able to do quite a lot of work. As you are aware, Honorable Speaker, we received quite a number of petitions, and in the last session, we were able to handle 15 complicated petitions and gave solutions that we could offer at that time. Honorable Speaker, regarding to questions, the committee was able to respond to 19 questions, and only 2 questions were not responded to. And these are the questions that lapsed. And one of the questions has already been reintroduced by the Honorable Captain Ruaida. So I will briefly just go through the questions that number 008 of 2019 had been raised by the member for Mathare constituency, Honorable Tom Oluoch.
I think we may not need to get, if we go to the details of which it will take too long.
Okay.
Because we need to go to business.
I just say that. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that we were able to respond to 19 questions, 2 lapsed, and 1 has already been reintroduced by the Honorable Ruaida. In terms of petitions, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable members can attest to this, and also members of my committee, is that we receive complicated petitions on from the Department of Lands, and I would like to thank the Cabinet Secretary because she has been forthcoming in terms of responding to questions. We were able to handle 15 petitions, and as per your guidance, Honorable Speaker, you have told me not to go through the questions one by one. So I would like to just take this opportunity to thank the members who asked questions, thank them for appearing to the committee, because when a member does not appear, then it becomes difficult to ask further questions. We are forced to either send them the written response or at times to skip the question. So I would like to thank you very much for asking these questions, for coming to the Parliamentary Committee on Lands, and also give assurance to the House that we are going to continue doing our work diligently, and you can rely on the Parliamentary Committee on Lands. Regarding the budget, Honorable Speaker, we were able to handle the budget policy statements this morning with the National Land Commission, and tomorrow we'll be handling with the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, and also the bill that we are supposed to handle, the one for the business amendments bill, which is meant to improve doing business in the country. We already handled it this morning. So the Parliamentary Committee on Lands is quite effective. And I would like to thank you, Honorable Speaker, thank the Clerk's Office for giving us the support that we need, because without the Clerk's Office, we cannot deliver on our mandate. So with those remarks, I would like to thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, also for the support that you give us, and also for the departments that we invite, and for stakeholders that we have been interacting with as we do our job. So with that, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I would like to table work that has been done by the parliamentary committee in the previous session. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. I think, honourable members, I think it's good to look at some of these reports which are being tabled. Progress reports of the business that has been transacted by committees. Honourable Kisang, Chair of ICT.
Honorable Speaker, by the end of that session, the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation received 5 questions from 5 members, and all the 5 questions were answered, and I want to thank the members for coming to the committee. Honorable Speaker, there is only one last one that was partially answered. Question number 381-2019 regarding the regulation of the Fuliza service that was raised by that came to the committee on 10th of September 2019 and by Honorable Choice Corinne MP. The ministry responded and advised the committee to engage the Governor of Central Bank to respond to issues raised by the Honorable Member. This is basically, Honorable Speaker, in regard to regulations on the financial aspect of Fuliza. And we've already written to we wrote in the last session to Governor Central Bank. He came to the committee, and we have been told there is an engagement between the Minister of ICT and Finance and Central Bank to do a law on digital lending. Basically, I want to thank my members for working very hard on these 5 questions and many other bills that we did, and also petitions. There was one also on Kenya Broadcast Corporation. And as a committee, Honorable Speaker, we have issues with KBC, and we are soon going to start an inquiry about KBC so that we know what is bedeviling Kenya Broadcast Corporation, because we want it to be on its feet like the other private broadcasters. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay on lay this report on the table so that members can go through. Thank you.
Very well. Is there any other committee that is giving a progress report? Ooh, Energy? You are ready with your report? Very, very quickly. Honorable Ekaria, yes?
Actually, Honorable Speaker, I was seeking your indulgence. I've just been given a report, and I totally agree with what Honorable Duale was saying. I was just going through the list that I've just been given, and there are very critical questions which were answered and they are not here. And I wanted to raise that after Otende Amolo had spoken, regarding where a question is answered, commitments are done by cabinet secretaries, and they never actually actualize the implementation of what they have answered, because it's also a concern. When a cabinet secretary comes before a committee, makes a commitment that is never implemented. I think those are some, I would request, because I would need to, around 4 questions, that as a committee, when the supplementary budget came, because the cabinet secretary had made a commitment, and he had promised that he would put some money, and he didn't, as a committee, we put the money, and I'm happy that that question effectively now will be handled, because the money has already been dispersed to the respective departments. So I think, Honorable Speaker, I would really indulge with you that maybe tomorrow in the afternoon I can be able to give my comprehensive. I don't want to, what Duale has just said, it is true. We have 14, but I know of 4 that are not here, which we dealt with last year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And also it's important that committees, whenever there has been an undertaking given by a cabinet secretary, a committee should endeavor as far as possible to bring some report that this is what the cabinet secretary appearing before the committee said, undertook to do, so that then there can be a follow-up. That's the best way. That's how in other jurisdictions they are able to hold the executive to account on their various undertakings. I see the Chair of Education also wants to.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee on Education and Research, especially on the questions that we had. This is one of the busiest committees in the House. We had a total of 57 questions, Honorable Speaker, And a number of these questions, Honorable Speaker, actually yielded a lot of response from the executive, more so from the ministry. And I want to say that of the 57 questions, 4 we got written submissions from the State Department and from the Teacher Service Commission. 2, Honorable Speaker, were poorly answered. And I want to really come before the House to note that some questions were not actually answered well, and we asked the ministry to go back and give a comprehensive answer on that. And if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I will just want to mention the question that was not answered well, and that is the question by question number, this is the question number 50, question number 50 was dropped, and this was a result of the Member of Parliament didn't appear, but we asked for that particular written response. But on question number 14, Honorable Speaker, we asked number 18 by private notice, that is question number 012 of 2019 by the member of Kakamega County, Honorable L.C. Mohanda. This question was actually referred to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service and Youth because it was not within the our committee. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that question number 15 was also not adequately answered, and we asked the Cabinet Secretary to go back and bring the question, and he promised that he is going to bring it immediately, but it lapsed because that was in the last session. But we asked the honorable member to re-ask the question again, and we can be able to table it. Honorable Speaker and members, I want to report that a number of questions, one by honorable member for Samburu, Honorable Otoimaga, actually yielded a lot when the Teacher Service Commission now agreed to advertise and promote teachers in ASAL areas with the different promotional grades than those in the other areas. So I want to say that as a result of this number of questions that were asked, a number of them have yielded very good response for the general public and even for our own, for the citizens of this nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me table this. Thank you so much.
Please table it. It forms part of the record of the House. And it's important that when the chairs are tabling their reports, you know that those reports will form part of the record of the House, and then they can be followed up. Next order.
Order number 8, the T bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, second reading.
Chair or Vice Chair, Honorable Wangwe, Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the T Bill 2019 now be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the T Bill 2018, Senate Bill number 36, is a Senate bill sponsored by Honorable Senator Aaron Cheriot that was transmitted to the National Assembly for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the bill provides for the regulation, development, and promotion of the tea industry. It establishes the Tea Board of Kenya. It provides for its functions, powers, members, and its administration. It also has regulatory provisions on the role of the national and county governments, registration, licensing, and dissemination of market information. Honorable Speaker, the Crop Act number 16 of 2013 repealed the Tea Act Cap 343 in its second schedule, whereas the first schedule of the Agriculture and Food Authority Act number 13 of 2013 abolished the defunct Tea Board of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, in its place and in place of other crops in the Agriculture and Food Authority Act number 13 of 2013, which establishes the Agriculture and Food Authority. Honorable Speaker, although the establishment of the Agriculture and Food Authority had been hoped to centrally address the challenges of farmers of various crops, this has not been the case, and farmers have pointed out to challenges they were experiencing in the growth and development of various crops that had previously been separately regulated. Honorable Speaker, after the committee received the bill, pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 127(3), the committee called for invitation of memoranda through the print media, which were to be submitted on or before 3rd September 2019. Furthermore, there were public hearings to receive comments on the bill from stakeholders on 14th October 2019 in Konoin constituency, Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, the committee received memoranda from the East African Tea Trade Association, the Kenya Tea Trade Agency, KTDA, the Kenya Tea Growers Association, KTGA, and one lady, Honorable Speaker, Rosemary Owino. Honorable Speaker, the committee also gathered views from the tea farmers in Konoin constituency, Kericho County, in a public hearing that the committee conducted. Honorable Speaker, the written submission from the various stakeholders could be classified into two. One, on substantive clauses of the bill, proposing substantive amendments, and two, on non-substantive issues such as typographical errors, use of terminologies, and such alike. Honorable Speaker, various stakeholders had raised concerns on a number of definitions. For instance, the definition of the term managing factory and processor. The stakeholders had felt that the two definitions were ambiguous, and the committee took note of this and has proposed an amendment to delete the definition of the term managing factory. Honorable Speaker, the functions of the board elicited views from stakeholders, particularly in relation to the delineation of the functions of the national government and the county governments. Honorable Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill provides for the functions of the proposed Tea Board of Kenya. Clause 5(2)(b) of the bill proposes functions of the board to be executed in consultation with the county governments. These are: 1, to license tea dealers and processors, license managing factories and their agents, and license tea brokers. Honorable Speaker, the committee holds the view that all the functions that I have already mentioned fall within the ambit of the board without the consultation of the county government. In light of this, Honorable Speaker, the committee will be proposing amendments to provide for the licensing functions to be reposed in the board. The committee, Honorable Speaker, will also be proposing additional functions for the board, such as: 1, to promote Kenya tea and facilitate access to new markets, to advise the national government to levies, 3, fees and import or export duties on tea, and also to advise the county governments on agricultural cess and fees. These functions are missing in the bill, hence there is a need to have them introduced in the bill. Honorable Speaker, the composition of the board is another clause that the stakeholders felt gave their views on. This is found in Clause 7 of the bill. Honorable Speaker, stakeholders had proposed that the principal secretary responsible for trade or a representative replaced in the principal secretary responsible for the national treasury or a representative. The committee agreed on this and will be proposing an amendment for the reason that the national treasury is a key ministry in funding and management of state corporations. Honorable Speaker, stakeholders had proposed that the two persons nominated by the Council of County Governments and appointed by the Cabinet Secretary should have knowledge and experience in the tea sector in order to ensure that the board has necessary mix of skills and enhance their effectiveness in the discharge of mandate of the board. Honorable Speaker, the appointment and qualification requirement for a chief executive officer is provided in Clause 13 of the bill. Clause 13(3) of the bill provides that a person is not qualified for appointment as a chief executive officer unless the person A, holds a relevant degree from a university recognized in Kenya, and B, has at least 5 years experience in a position of management. Mr. Speaker, this end, the committee will be proposing amendments to Clause 13 to specify the degrees the chief executive officer should have. The committee will be proposing that the qualification of the chief executive officer should be enhanced from a relevant degree to a degree in agriculture and a master's degree in agriculture, business management, or finance. The justification of this, Mr. Speaker, is to enable the board to have a chief executive officer who can effectively manage the day-to-day operations of the board. Honorable Speaker, one of the sources of the fund for the board should be monies appropriated by the National Assembly. This had been omitted in the bill, and the committee will be proposing an amendment to include. Honorable Speaker, Clause 32 of the bill provides for a less punitive punishment of a fine of not less than 20,000 shillings or a fine not exceeding twice the value of the tea or tea products, or a term of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months. The committee will therefore be enhancing the penalty so as to deter would-be offenders. Honorable Speaker, the aspect of which regulations may be made under the Act are not expansive, and the committee therefore proposes to introduce the following. 1. Tea safety include transportation, processing, and market standards of tea. 2. Submission of returns and reports by the holders of licenses and registration under the Act. 3. Regulation and controlling the method of blending, packaging, and labeling of tea for purposes of traceability. 4. Regulation for licensing and registration of tea brokers. And 5. Standards and the manner of grading and classification of made tea products under this Act. Honorable Speaker, the bill has not made provision for a number of important offences which would have the effect of enabling the board run effectively. Therefore, the committee will be proposing amendments to the bill to provide for such offences as ignoring or failing to obey board instructions, willfully obstructing a member of the board of an employee or agent of the board, misrepresenting or knowingly submitting false or misleading information to a board member or an employee or agent of the board. Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention the public hearing that the committee conducted at Konoin constituency, Kericho County on 14th October 2019. The committee met the tea farmers in Konoin and gathered a number of issues affecting them. Some of these issues were: 1. Tea auction done in Mombasa instead of where the farmers are. 2. Farmers complained of KTDA. 3. Farmers complained and made allegations of corruption at Mogogoshiek Tea Factory. 4. The farmers proposed that the election of factory director should be based on one man, one vote, as opposed to the number of shares that a farmer has, so as to avoid large-scale farmers electing themselves and give an opportunity a small-scale farmer to be elected a representative of the farmers in the factory. Honorable Speaker, the fifth one, the price of fertilizer should be subsidized, especially to the tea farmers. 6, the farmers proposed that tea research should be reinstated as it is there before, as it was before, being taken to Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, KALRO. Honorable Speaker, some of the issues raised may not be addressed in the bill, but it paint a grim picture of tea farmers and an urgent need to address them through legislation and other means. Some of these issues are in court and are sub judice, hence the committee might not comment on them further, except to say that they need to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, the Tea Bill 2018, Senate Bill number 36, revives the repealed Tea Act, Cap 343. The former act made provision for regulating and controlling the production, manufacturing, and trade in tea. It had been in force since 9th May 1961. Honorable Speaker, it had been envisaged that with the enactment of the Crops Act number 16 of 2013 and the Agriculture and Food Authority Act number 13 of 2013, the challenges that face the agricultural sector, particularly crops, would be effectively and adequately addressed. But this has not been the case, and Honorable Speaker, the farmer has borne the brunt. And this is not just for the tea sector, but to sugar, coffee, and other various products, Honorable Speaker. The Tea Bill, Senate Bill number 36, seeks to take the farmer back to their days of glory. The farmers' woes are addressed. It may not be perfectly addressed, but seek to give the tea sector its much deserved attention as a big foreign honor to the country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Who's seconding you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I seek that the MP for Tigania, Honorable Dr. John Mutunga, seconds the bill.
Tigania West.
Yes, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to second this bill. Honourable Speaker, the tea bill, as brought by Honourable Senator Cheriot, provides for development of the tea in terms of promotion for tea itself as a crop and the value chain as a whole, and also regulation of the tea industry or the tea sector in terms of dealing with the providing for factors and actors. The bill, Honourable Speaker, also re-establishes the Tea Board of Kenya. We used to have the Tea Board of Kenya, Coffee Board of Kenya, and Petroleum Board of Kenya, but under the AFA Act of 2013, all these boards were repealed, and all the acts provided for these boards were repealed, and all of them were put under one AFA Act. It re-establishes the board, Tea Board of Kenya, with the powers and privileges and functions and membership and even administration of the boards themselves. Honourable Speaker, it provides for separate roles of both governments in view of the devolution and in the spirit of unbundling functions. The functions of the county government and the functions of the national governments are carefully and explicitly spelled out in the bill. It also aims at dealing with the tea sector problems which are unique and they are also persistent. And as we know, tea sector has been suffering for a long time with farmers not really benefiting as they should. And therefore, this particular bill brings back the hope and the spirit that in the spirit that farmers will continue producing more tea and increasing the benefits in the value chain. As a member of the Agricultural Committee, Honourable Speaker, I would like to confirm the consultations, they took place, and we were able to visit even the Konoin, as he has said. And Honourable Speaker, as the member has moved, we were able to familiarize ourselves with the processes and with the functions of the tea industry at those particular areas. It also advances the issue of, it also deals with the advanced issues and contributions to the entire economy. Some of the missing provisions, Honourable Speaker, which cannot be avoided, must lead to the amendment being made. The effectiveness of the board itself has been looked into very carefully to make sure that even the provisions that they are put and the penalties that have been proposed are punitive enough to prevent wrongdoers from participating in the tea subsector. It has spelled out the minimum qualifications for some of the positions. This is important because besides being advised by the executive, the leaders also need to be able to ably interpret or process the advice. Honourable Speaker, as the member has moved, stakeholders raised many issues, and I would like to touch on a few issues in view of their importance. One of them is the management of the tea value chain, the management of the actors, the role that the actors and the factors that play within the sector itself, the leadership placement in the tea formations, which are the tea associations, the KTDA as it were, and other associations, and the yields that have been reported over time as having impaired that particular subsector. Honourable Speaker, they also brought out the losses, the taxes, the levies, the fees that the farmers pay, and also, especially, the 2.5% management fee that is levied by the institution. It also talks about the field implementation of the task force reports. Many task forces have been put in place, the reports have been finalized, and these reports have not been effectively implemented. It has also brought out the issues of diversification. Diversification at the production level, diversification at the value addition level, and even diversification at the marketing level. We only sell brown tea, which I think is not the only product that we can sell, and also produce the tea, as it were, when we could produce the purple tea. Honourable Speaker, our prayer is that the issues, as we debate this particular bill, the issues that have been raised by the stakeholders need to be addressed at the end of the day so that we can have a comprehensive bill that is going to support the subsector. Finally, Honourable Speaker, we should prepare to receive more of this kind of bills, looking at the different commodities that were initially on their own and they were lumped up together under the AFA Act of 2013. We will need to progressively address the bringing the commodity bills so that we are able to deal with each commodity as it were. Honourable Speaker, we also need to review the Agriculture Act 2013, which somehow supports the amalgamation of the different commodities. With those few remarks, Honourable Speaker, I beg to second.
Very well. Honourable members, I am told that some of you are not able to access the bills from the iPads. I have since learned that it is out of ignorance, not because the bills have already been uploaded. The bill has already been uploaded. You can ask the Honorable Sankok, Honorable Gitonga Murugara. So it looks like there is need for a refresher course on how to operate. But anyhow, be that as me, honourable members, let me first of all propose the question, then I can take the point of order. Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that the T-bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, we now read a second time. I see there is a point of order by the Honourable Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully to my friend, the Honorable Wangwe. I was moving this T-bill number 36 of the Senate, and as seconded. And Mr. Speaker, the record demonstrates that the level of public participation on this bill was restricted to one constituency in Konoin out of 290, and does not appear to have involved any of the other what you'd call urban or peri-urban areas, including Mombasa, where the tea auction takes place. Mr. Speaker, given that tea is grown in very many parts of this country, but is particularly consumed nationally and internationally, I wanted your guidance on whether in your interpretation, conducting public participation in one of 290 constituencies constitutes sufficient public participation as contemplated by Article 10 and 118 of the Constitution. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, and this may have been done, and if it was, then I beg your indulgence, to the extent that this concerns tea, and to the extent that in the schedules, by and large, it could be interpreted to fall within the agriculture docket, which would be a county function. I also wanted your interpretation in terms of whether this is a bill concerning counties, and therefore the implications that go with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With regard to the last bit, the bill originated from the Senate. So I think that should sort out that aspect of the fact that it's a bill concerning counties, and being agriculture, which is largely devolved. So I think being a Senate bill, having originated from there, I think that should address that point. On the issue of public participation, you wanted to respond, Honorable Wangwe? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, maybe to enrich or inform Honorable Otiende or the House, is that the various memoranda that I received were from organized groups of farmers. For example, East African Trade Tea Association, Honorable Speaker, is a countrywide organization that deals in tea. Honorable Speaker, and it has a very sufficient memorandum which is attached on the report. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Tea Development Agency, we know it's a marketing agency, which is a countrywide organization, has an elaborate memoranda which is attached on the report of the bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Kenya Tea Growers Association, KTGA, and brings on board, Honorable Speaker, even farmers from as far as Mudete Tea Factory. They were all covered in this, Honorable Speaker. And the memoranda is also attached in the report, Honorable Speaker. So we believe, as a committee, the entire country was covered by that representation, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Well, if the member for Taveta was not on her feet, and the member for Kipkelion East, I would have, but I will address the issue. Let me just say this, honorable members. The issue of public participation is one that, as a House of Parliament, we have to deal with a lot of caution. Because I don't think whether if we were to, because, and I'm saying this because I've seen several proposals, including one from the Honorable Chris Wamalwa, wanting to legislate on public participation. I would want to encourage members to find out. You can Google the practice in other developed democracies, or now they conduct public participation. And you will find that almost invariably, the practice is, first of all, when a bill is published, it is out there. It is deemed to be out there for everybody, every Tom, Dick, and Harry to read it and make presentation. In fact, even apply to be allowed to come and make representations to Parliament or a committee of Parliament. So I'm saying this because I don't think whether, if we tie ourselves to how much is enough public participation, and I've seen this from some other quarters, I don't want to say where, because those of you who are in the legal profession are aware, is a subject of litigation. How much public participation is enough? 2 days, 3 days, 50 days, 1 year? So really, and I think these are matters that ought to be left to, as you say, each case to be determined on its own peculiar merits and circumstances. Because earlier on we were just talking about the limitations that have been imposed on Parliament when it came to public appointments, parliamentary approval. Look at the limitations that have been placed even on the House on the consideration of the budget processes. It becomes so difficult. And you recall earlier on, feeling frustrated, the member for Seme, the indomitable Dr. Nikal, was even proposing that maybe we could suspend plenary sessions. I think we should be very careful how we deal with this issue of public participation. How much public participation is enough? And I think, listening to, and I'm happy that the Honorable Wangwere did inform the House, not the Honorable TND, actually the House, that there are representations from various groups. And I think that is the route that any progressive society should encourage, including inviting leading professors in agricultural matters to make representations before committees. And I've encouraged chairs of committees to do that. Whenever you are considering any bills, the subject matter of which perhaps you are able to locate expertise in a particular institution or persons. And I think it's important that we begin encouraging that way of doing things, because if it is obviously a bill that touches on the practice of law, I am sure you will find it almost imperative that you have to invite the Law Society of Kenya, members of the judiciary from the bench, teachers of law in leading universities, etc., etc. Matters to do with medicine, I'm sure something similar. The committees of the House should go out of their way to really think of those as very serious ways of public participation, so that we can even avoid this thing of saying you want to go to some constituency. Because if you go to one constituency and you don't go to the others, so what? Yeah. So I think as a national parliament, we should leave those things of going to constituencies to county assemblies and those others who deal with the county matters. You know, those who are elected to represent the counties and serve to protect the interests of county government, Article 96, of course. So for us as the national parliament, I think we should encourage a situation in which what we do, bills published here, which are referred to committees, we publicize them as much as possible and try to invite even targeted interest groups, professionals, and whatever other such like bodies. And I think we should be thinking about these things more particularly, not so much in terms of enacting statutes. I think these are matters we should provide for within our own regulations, which we are at liberty from time to time, depending on the exigencies that may be there, alter by way of a resolution. And I think we should allow ourselves that kind of flexibility so that we don't always have to keep calling for amendment of this or the other and such like things. There are matters, I think, which we as a house, but of course, on our members, that can only be a suggestion. It has no weight, no vote, even if it was to be put to vote. It's just it's gratis. But I think Honorable Tiende Molo, I think the Honorable Wangwe has given us something that may appear to satisfy. Honorable Otiende.
Mr. Speaker, if the Speaker is satisfied, I'm satisfied.
No, the Speaker doesn't have to. No. Honorable Tiende Molo, I was just giving some reflections because I think you raised it's a pertinent issue that I think the House should actually look through, even as the House is considering. I think there are 3 legislative proposals, exactly 3 bills attempting to legislate about public participation. And my own view is we should leave it to the rules where we can always be able to as a House. But I'm not saying that the Honorable Chris Wamalwa is wrong. He must have been, I'm sure he must have felt frustrated about this thing about public participation. What is, and particularly in the, but of course, let's allow the counties to do what they want to do. But I think as national parliament, it behoves us to look at the issue in a manner that allows some form of flexibility within our procedures. I'm assuming that now contributions, eh? Yeah, because I've already proposed the question. Intervention. Member for Nyando, what is your intervention?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are alive to the fact that this House does not legislate in futility. And I'm reminded that a while back, some of these bodies under agriculture were collapsed. The Tea Board, the Sugar Board of Kenya, and many others were collapsed and made into one, called AFA, Agriculture and Food Authority. Mr. Speaker, I'm very slow to contribute to the extent that I may not want to betray this amendment that is meant to recreate a moribund body such as the Tea Board. So I am very slow to act because I do not know whether this is meant to recreate a new body called a Tea Board of Kenya and hence can have a standalone legislative agenda, or we are tinkering with AFA Act so that this forms part and parcel of the whole entire structure within the Agriculture and Food Authority. So, Mr. Speaker, I may want to indulge your direction on this subject. Otherwise, we may fall into some trap of recreating bodies that, according to our law, may have died long time ago, and therefore put into question whether there is a nexus between this and Article 114 of our Constitution. What is the budgetary implication? Is it a money bill? Is it falling under non-money bill? So let us widen our scope of understanding this bill, Mr. Speaker, firstly before we delve further into the subject. And perhaps we may want to know its origin and the purpose upon which this tea agenda is being recreated into this house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, since I say that your gadget is right in front of you, I was expecting that the Honorable Jared Okello is going to say that looking at close this or this or the other, this appears to be recreating this, or this appears to be doing this, so that then the Honorable Jared Okello would be saying he is going to oppose because of reasons ABC. Now, because the Honorable Okello wants me to make a determination as to whether it is recreating, it would be wrong for me to make any determination of that. And the issue of money bill has already been dealt with before the bill was read for the second time. Actually, second time here in the House. You want to contribute, or you want to? Why don't we contribute to the bill? Because we are contributing by way of points of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is something which is very critical, and I listened to Honorable Wangwe when the matter of public participation came in, and I noticed there was no input about the relevant ministry. I'm saying this because, Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, I brought a bill on fertilizer, which was assented by His Excellency the President. But initially, there was a lot of resistance from the ministry because they thought the AFA Act will have to handle all those issues. But listening to Honorable Wangwe, I expected anything from the ministry. But he says the ministry were invited, but they refused completely to come. This is something very serious, because the objective of the AFA Act, Mr. Speaker, was to repeal all these, consolidate these for purposes of economies of scale. And some assets were lost, Mr. Speaker. And now it seems there's a conspiracy to bring back again, because the sugar board, the coffee board, pyrethrum board, all these things. But now we have seen an effort to bring them back. We don't know what is the logic behind this. But the Ministry of Agriculture is a very critical player in this. I don't know why they refuse to attend, Mr. Speaker.
No, Honorable Amalu, I think let's not waste time, spend time on that. If you invite somebody to come and make a presentation and they refuse, neglect, and or ignore, well, I mean, that's not to say that you cannot proceed. I mean, surely. And you know, I don't want, this is the same, you are raising the same issue that has always been raised by members, that we invited this cabinet secretary to come and respond to a question, did not turn up. And you don't even make any finding about that, or make any recommendation as to what the House, you want the House to help you to do, to deal with that particular person. So if the committee invited the ministry and the ministry decided to ignore the invitation from the committee, is that to say that the committee sits idle? And this is a 2018 bill. So why should we, I mean, let's proceed. Let's allow debate to continue. Remember, at the end of the day, you will have to make a determination by way of a vote. Yeah? So let's go, I'll go by the way the gadget shows. The first one is the member for Baringo.
Speaker, did you really propose the question?
No, you are next.
Yes.
Hmm?
Did you propose the question?
Yeah. I proposed the question before I gave the Honorable Otiende Amolo to make his intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance. And Mr. Speaker, sir, from where I'm sitting, I really sympathize with the farmers of this country, as much as I want to really contribute to give relief, maybe to the farmers or tea farmers. I have reservations, Mr. Speaker, sir, on this bill, for reasons that this country cannot actually afford to have a bill for every crop that we plant. If today we have the tea board bill, we need the maize bill, we need even the millet bill, we need the onions bill, And it is not affordable in terms of even the economy part of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we really want to improve on the economic part of our farmers, their financial issues, and actually to benefit them, we should think of generally producing a bill that is going to cater for all farmers of this country. Because the challenges the farmers, the tea growers are facing are almost the same challenges that even the coffee farmers, the maize farmers, and all the farmers of this country are facing. It is only important, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we really make a bill for prosperity, so that in future we don't come back again and think of we should now merge all the bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to compare this crop issue with what's happening in Ministry of Health. It is the same way we can't have bills for every disease. It is the same way we are thinking of making one authority in Ministry of Health for all the regulatory bodies, which can make even this country or it to be run easier. So for me, Mr. Speaker, sir, I really respect the producer of the bill, the idea for the tea farmers, but I refuse the single-handedly dealing with one crop and making a bill for it. And so, therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, because of that, I beg to oppose.
Yes, I proposed the question. The first thing I did, and that's why, I was looking at the Honorable John Bandy. Then I noticed what you want was an intervention. But that's why I was looking. But the first thing I did after proposing the question was, first of all, to give the Honorable Otiende Amolo his intervention, which he did. But also, honestly, honorable members, if you remember, it is within the power of this House to make and even unmake any law. The only law you may not be able to unmake is the Constitution in its entirety without involving the rest. All these other laws, no matter where they may have originated, the House of Parliament has the power to make any law as long as it's consistent with the Constitution, yeah, and even to, of course, and even to repeal. You can repeal. So there is nothing really that is in contradiction to anything that has happened. And so don't feel that if it is as if it is going to unmake, if it unmakes, so what? Again, it is within your power. It is within your power. I don't know whether I still hear there's a body called the Kenya Dairy Board. Is it? Is dairy in the agricultural sector? Oh, I see. I thought okay. Then that's good. Well, again, did I see the Honorable John Bandy desirous of contributing? Yes, because he has priority in speaking.
Mr. Speaker, I think if we look at this bill properly, you will see that the intention of this bill is to take majorly the functions that are currently bestowed on the Agriculture and Food Authority regarding issues of tea to a specific board called the Tea Board, Mr. Speaker. It is creating a specific act of Parliament to regulate matters of tea and tea growing, tea marketing in the country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 15 and 21 of the bill, it largely describes the functions of the tea board. And Mr. Speaker, if the House cares to give me a minute, I can read some of the functions of the board that are suggested that the board will do. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at them, sorry, I'm trying to move to where that is, the functions of the board. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, so that I don't disrupt my contribution, the functions are there. You will find they are the ones that this board is the one that is going to license anybody in this country who wants to export tea. This is the board is the one that is going to regulate even the production of tea, the quality of tea, and does all the other functions, including the ones that are spelled out, the one that is spelled out under clause 21, that is every processor shall keep, and processor is defined, Mr. Speaker, that every processor shall keep or cause to be kept for statistical purposes a register of all tea growers registered with under subsection and specifying the name of the grower, the location, size and parcel number of the land on which the tea is grown, the variety of tea grown, and such other information as the board may require. Mr. Speaker, it is even going a step further to say that for anybody to grow tea in this country, Mr. Speaker, that person must be registered with a processor. Now, what I'm saying in a nutshell is that the Senate has proposed a legislation called the Tea Bill, which specifically is going to take the responsibilities bestowed on AFA currently regarding tea matters to this specific law. Now, the question we need to ask ourselves as a house is whether this is the route that we want to go. Do we want to start recreating legislations for specific crops? Because today we are going to have the tea bill. It may make sense because I am sure this tea bill came about because of the current problems that the tea sector is facing. And it is real. We must accept that there is a problem in this country regarding tea growing, tea marketing, and the tea farmers are complaining. And that must be addressed and addressed properly through policy decisions and other matters. So tea is facing challenges. But equally, other crops are facing challenges. The coffee sector is facing challenges. The sugar industry is currently on its knee. So if we decide now to start recreating boards to specifically deal with these individual crops, then we are going to go the full hog and create for each and every crop which has a problem or which is facing is that we could operate with the current legal framework, the current body. If there are weaknesses that we have identified on that body, then we need to address it. If we feel that the body has too much, this particular authority has so much on its plate that we need to create several boards, then we need to decide on how many do we want to create. Are we going to amalgamate? We could even decide to amalgamate tea with coffee or something, then sugar we amalgamate with others, because even us who come from the lake region, we want a specific legislation or an act of parliament to regulate matters fish. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be clear on how many, because again, we have been complaining as a country. We have been complaining that we have so many parastatals, that we are spending so much in running the government. So I am not opposed to creation of the tea board. I'm not opposed to having a legislation to specifically deal with the tea. But let us then allow it for every other crop. Finally, Mr. Speaker, my concern, and I've read this bill, I've looked at it. I don't see any earth-shaking proposals in this bill. In fact, the problems we have with the tea sector today, I would be happy and pleased because I can hear my friend Cecil Baride saying they have amendments. That would give me comfort. Because this one, if you look at this bill as it is today, if we just pass this bill as it is, I am not sure it is going to address the problems of the tea sector. So those MPs, because someone like John Mbadi, I have not experience on tea matters. I look at tea like any other tree or any other bush. in the country, Mr. Speaker. The only thing which makes me have some interest in tea is because I drink it and I know it brings a lot of foreign exchange earning to this country. I know it is a major crop. But beyond that, if you ask me anything about growing tea, I don't even know what we plant. Whether we plant the leaf or we plant the stem, I have no idea. Or we plant the root. But those MPs who come from the tea growing areas, who have a lot of knowledge about tea matters, who are interacting with the tea farmers, I would want to ask you and challenge you to help this House by improving this law so that we can pass a meaningful legislation that makes sense. Otherwise, if you ask me, in its current form, I don't see why we cannot continue with the current state of affairs. But, Mr. Speaker, as a House, and as I said, as I sit down, let us then agree that we are going to pass tea bill, a legislation for tea. Tomorrow, Mbadi should bring a sugar bill to also regulate matters of sugar, and any other person can bring, even for the maize and any other crop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with the assurance from Citizen Barire, although it was not formal, I will support this bill, knowing very well that my sister will bring amendments that will make this legislation meaningful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Honorable Cecilia Baride. Before Honorable Cecilia Baride.
Yes.
What is out of order, Honorable Maoka Maore?
I think, Mr. Speaker, there is a misunderstanding about the power of legislation. It is possible for a parliament to bring in even 200 or even 300 separate bills on anything they wish to capture. And from the description of Honorable Mbadi,
what is out of order, Honorable Maoka?
what is out of order is
yes.
this people misunderstanding the purpose of a bill. No, you don't get your chance, Bwana Sakong. The debate we are facing, it is negating the purpose of Parliament. That's what I'm meaning. That we do not have a problem, even if we were to bring 300 different crops or 400, there is no problem. This is Parliament.
Yes, Honorable Maoka Maore, what you have said is correct. In fact, the Speaker earlier said the House can pass any law and can also change any law. But you know, the Honorable Body, what he did is to use a certain manner of prosecuting his case. I'm sure you'll also get a chance and prosecute you as allowed this bill. So let's have Honorable Cecilia Barire, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also do rise to contribute to this very important bill. And let me say that I do so as a child that grew up in a growing zone. What I am and where I've reached education-wise has everything to do with what it is my parents got out of the tea sector. And therefore, this is very dear to me as a child of the soil. And I want to say that it is unfortunate that we are looking at it as an unnecessary bill because apparently we have AFA and therefore we have no reason to come and bring any bill for any crop. And I want to say here, it is our business to legislate, as Mheshimiwa Maoka Maore has said. It is our business to bring laws that will make things better for the people we represent. And nothing should stop us just because some government officer or government technocrat decided that we need to lump all those boards into one. In fact, AFA has done a great disservice to the tea sector and the coffee sector in this country. And it is for that reason, and even sugar, it is for that reason that we are going back to the old structure where we have a clear regulatory authority for the tea sector, where we have a clear board that will ensure the marketing of tea is done well and the farmers get value for their hard work, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can make sure the farmer gets what they deserve. For that reason, because AFA has failed us. And as legislators, we must call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, let me go further and say there's something Honorable Badi has said that is very important. This bill as is, in my view, is not radical enough to turn around the tea sector. We must go to where the problem is. The problem we have with the current tea sector as structured is KTDA, period. And if we cannot make serious amendments to the KTDA and to the current Tea Act, we are doing nothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me read for you something that the former Agriculture Minister said that was very, very strong and true. He said, reforms in tea and coffee sector, it was a former Minister Kionjori. He said this in a conference on agribusiness and finance. He said, reforms in both tea and coffee sectors are facing strong opposition, leading to escalation of wars facing hundreds of smallholder farmers. He says cartels and directors of key export commodities are frustrating the reforms that the government has been fast-tracking in the tea and coffee sector. He goes further and says, KTDA is part of this problem, Mr. Speaker. And therefore today I want to say this. Tea sector that has over, and I want everyone to hear that, tea sector that has over 62 smallholder factories with over 600,000 farmers is today on its knees. The highest paid farmer was paid from a factory back home called Rokorire Tea Factory at 39 shillings a kilo, down from 57 the previous year. If we keep quiet, we are going to go down to even 10 or 5 shillings a kilo. And why? Because of cartels. Now, what is happening with KTDA is that they are the people marketing the tea for the farmers. And what we are asking is, instead of us taking all that tea to a central auction in Mombasa, we want the tea to be auctioned right from the factories. Right from the factories. So that there's transparency on the pricing and the quantity of tea that has actually been auctioned. Number two, we want the directors of these tea factories to be elected on a one-man, one-vote, not shares anymore. Because what has happened with the shareholding issue is the fact that at the end of the day, these directors are influenced by KTDA. The farmer with the highest shareholding in terms of kilos ends up influencing who ends up being the director. The tea farmers are disenfranchised and they end up not having any say in how their factories are run. So we want one man, one vote in terms of who ends up being a director. Number two, you cannot be a director at KTDA level, at the national level, and still be a broker of tea. Today, almost all the directors of KTDA, and I stand to be corrected, almost all of them have an auction company. They are the brokers between the farmers and the market. Why do we need brokers, Mr. Speaker? Why do we need brokers to sell our tea? Why aren't we selling our tea like we sell flowers, for example? Why is it that there must be a broker who does a brokerage on behalf of the farmer? Why can't we negotiate these prices directly with the farmer, Mr. Speaker? And therefore, for that reason, I'm going to be bringing far-reaching amendments on this bill. I am going to make sure we restructure KTD, and I want to beg members from outside the tea-growing regions. Let us start with this tea. If you want to bring another one on sugar tomorrow, we will support you because our business is to empower the people who voted for us, the people who represent us, who we represent. And we must not be intimidated by anybody because these cartels are powerful, they have money, and they are making more money through the sweat of our farmers. We must not allow them to intimidate us. We must fight for these farmers, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that we are going to see a lot more seriousness with members from the tea growing zones. We want to see serious amendments coming on this floor so that we can send a strong message to the cartels that their time is up and the farmer comes first as far as this house is concerned. With those many remarks, I beg to support.
Let's have Honorable Odiabo Accord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to, at the onset, support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, in supporting this bill, I want to say that members have spoken to some of the issues that were of concern to me. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, at the onset that I am informed that the House Business decided to prioritize some of the Senate bills, which is a good thing. But even as you are prioritizing Senate bills, Mr. Speaker, would like you to remember that there are also members of this House that have bills. And at the rate that we are churning out our bills on Wednesdays morning, and sometimes we don't at all, Mr. Speaker, some of our bills will be coming up in 2082. So I would want to urge that because members are putting a lot of energy, let us also put as much effort on members of National Assembly as you are putting on Senate. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that the members are speaking to, which I think maybe from experience is coming out, is that originally when originally it was actually Alpha Bill, which had livestock. And when it came as the Alpha Bill, those of the livestock area insisted that they wanted the livestock away from the bigger Alpha. And because their concern was that the livestock issues were not going to be addressed when you lumped it up together. It appears then that their concerns were actually valid because we can see every crop moving out. And I remember even in the last parliament, there was even a coconut bill because everybody in their sector was from every region was concerned about their own areas and the livelihoods from their own areas. And the concern at that point was that the focus by the government then was not, there was not enough focus on specific crops or food issues in those areas. Mr. Speaker, I personally insisted that the original F, which was fisheries, be removed, and we came up with the Fisheries Management and Development Act. But I want to agree with what Honorable Mbadia said. If you actually look at this bill, it is skeletal, the intention is good, and if we listen to our colleagues from the tea sector, tea and even the coffee sectors, they have been complaining that there are many issues that are not dealt with, that is actually compromising tea, which has actually been one of the best produce of the country. But for us to deal with that, Mr. Speaker, what is provided in this bill does not actually address those issues. Honorable Cecily Mbarire has spoken very eloquently to those issues. Me, I can speak more eloquently about fish, about the pollution in the lake, about the threats by Ugandan authorities. I will not speak as eloquently about tea. But if you actually look at the amount of energy that we put in the Fisheries Act, because that is my area of expertise, Mr. Speaker, as a representative, we brought a lot of issues that concern them. So I would want to urge those from the tea sector that if you're actually serious about dealing with those issues from the tea sector, then you need to relook at this bill. And my only concern is perhaps based on what Honorable Mbarire has spoken about, is that the amendments might be too big for this bill that might call for another bill. Because again, from the rules of this House, if the amendments are too many, then they no longer suffice as amendments. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that when the mover was speaking, he spoke to the issue of diversification. But Mr. Speaker, I think what we are doing as a country, which is not very good, is that we want to diversify into different areas when we are not putting a lot of focus on what we already have. When you go outside, like in America and other areas, you will be served chai. And when you actually taste that chai, it is chai from Kenya. It is tea from Kenya. And a lot of times it is branded as English tea. And yet it is tea from Kenya. Some of the things I was hoping to see in this bill is actually issues that talks about protection of the tea from Kenya or the marketing of tea from Kenya when people remove it from Kenya. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I actually just want to talk to some of the specific provisions. In Clause 7, I am happy that in Clause 7, 1D, it talks about, and 1D and E actually, it talks about the issue of gender equity in the representation in the management board. But Mr. Speaker, even though it talks about that, if you look at 7.1E, it talks about, and from a legislative perspective, this I find very strange. It talks about 4 persons, 2 of either gender, representing smallholder tea growers from the east and west of the tea growing areas. What are those tea growing areas? When you are legislating, you cannot just say tea growing areas. If we are talking of specific tea growing areas, we must define what those areas are. Because if you are talking about the east and the west, then it means you can also nominate my grandmother, who is a fisher person, because she will be in the east or west of an undefined area. So can we very specifically define that area, which is east and west? Mr. Speaker, sir, the other issue that I think some of them are really governance issues is under Clause 9A. I think this is something that I've spoken to in this house in the past, but that when you want, one of the reasons for vacating office should not be absence without permission of the chairperson. When you are dealing with adults, it should be by notification, not permission. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is the issue of co-option. I know, again, I've raised it in this house. When you co-opt members of committees, you are actually appointing people through the back door. So I'm hoping that the committee can look at that. Another issue of concern for me is that even though we have done a good thing by providing only 5 years for the chief executive officer, which then takes into account the interest of youth, we have actually then, for the corporation secretary, we are given 7 years. Mr. Speaker, other than the issue that then we are making it difficult for younger people to join, but it is going to create a conflict between the corporation secretary and the CEO. So I think it would be good to harmonize 5 years for both the CEO and the corporation secretary. And Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I would want to talk about is on the transitional provisions in Clause 37. Mr. Speaker, you will find under Clause 37, it says, in reference to the Agriculture and Food Authority, in any written law or in any contract document or instrument of whatever nature, in relation to tea, shall on the commencement of this act be read and was construed as a reference to the board. Mr. Speaker, this is a very lazy way of legislating. I know that the honorable member that brought it in good intention, sometimes as members, because we don't have time, so you can bring a skeleton piece, but the legal department needs to help you by looking at those legislative provisions that need amendments. And one of them is the AFA Act. It needs to be amended. There needs to be repeal of certain sections. You can't just say wherever they are found. This is not legislation. This is maybe dancing or something, but not legislation. You don't legislate this way. So I think maybe also our legal department needs to be more serious, or maybe in church, where we hope and in the faith, we do things by faith that somehow it will happen. When we are here, we are doing serious business. So I want to challenge my sister, Honorable Sess, because of the concern she has for the tea sector. And it is not just for your area, because when the economy does well, when the tea sector does well, then it means people are employed. And the hawking that we are seeing all over town will cease because the youth will be busy. So it is not just your sector. It affects the entire country. Take it seriously and bring comprehensive amendments. With those few remarks, I support.
Shall we have Honorable Nelson Quech?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I hear many of my colleagues saying that we are simply creating a bill to handle one sector, that is the tea sector. And I want to say that we are doing that unapologetically, because today, if you ask anyone from my constituency, which is predominantly a tea growing area that prides itself on many multinationals being in my constituency and largely depends on tea farming, no one has an idea of what AFA is. Mr. Speaker, I want to laud the sponsor of this bill, who is also the senator of my county, for having taken this great initiative. The bill comes to this House at no better time than now, when earnings by our farmers has hit a record low. In fact, the highest bonus earnings in South Rift were from my constituency, and that was just 25 shillings from Mamul factory, while the lowest again was from my constituency, that was the Gat factory, who received only 14 shillings after waiting for a whole year. Mr. Speaker, I tell you something first. My constituency, Belgut, is a corrupted English word because of our accent, the Kalenjin accent. There used to be a place called Kabianga, which used to taste the best quality of tea during the white settlement period. Now, Belgut produced the best tea. So it used to be called best quality tea. Then it corrupted, it became Belgut because of Shrabik. So generally, I know what it means when we are talking about this bill. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through all the 40 sections of the bill, word by word, and I'm confident that it is just the right dose for the ailing tea sector. I know most sections from the original bill were removed, including the establishment of the tea board headquarters in Kericho, which was well thought idea, but we'll accept the change to Nairobi with branches countrywide. I want only to request the HR departments of the bodies to be formed under this act to give priority to employment to residents from the tea growing areas. The main feature of this bill is the establishment of the Tea Board of Kenya in Section 3. The main functions of the Tea Board are spelled out in Section 5 and includes looking for the resources for the tea sector, regulating and licensing factories, tea dealers, tea brokers, keeping statistics about tea, and generally advising the CS on the matters and those functions that are currently being handled by the Agricultural and Food Authority. And so that you know, Mr. Speaker, that there's a lot of unseriousness when dealing with matters tea, the President, at the beginning of the year, gave the Ministry of Agriculture a 14-day to bring regulation on tea. To date, there is nothing from the Ministry of Agriculture over there. Why it informs the basis why we should have a body that directly deals with matters tea. Mr. Speaker, the current Agricultural and Food Authority is really doing a disservice to the tea farmers of this country, because they are only concentrating on coffee farmers, cotton farmers, rice farmers, yet they get the bulk of money they are using to run from the tea sector. In fact, even the assets they are using were inherited from the former Tea Board of Kenya, which was disbanded. But when we see what we see them recommending to the President to inject money to coffee, to sugarcane, to cotton, tea farmers have never gotten a single injection or booster to the sector. That is why I want to really sincerely congratulate the sponsor of this bill by creating a tea board to deal with the tea issues. Let Agriculture and Food Authority continue dealing with other issues. In fact, they have been ignoring tea farmers, yet that forms 26% of the country's export earnings. Mr. Speaker, when I was young, I used to admire every year when the farmers received bonus, especially from where I come from. Kericho used to have an outlet for Pujo, and
many farmers from my region at that time, after the tea bonuses, used to drive very expensive cars. In fact, to date, the few Peugeots that I see belong to the farmers then. But the problems that we have at the moment from my region are massive. And I think this cuts across the areas that do tea growing. Yet, 75,000 cups of tea are drunk every second. When you hear someone talking about, why do we have to create a body that entirely deals with tea? Tea is not like any other crop. It's not like honey. It is not like tomatoes. This is the largest crop that is grown in this country and sold and exported. So I want to say that we farmers, as we are speaking, are in huge misery. Last year in my constituency, for this reason that we've continued to receive low bonuses, last year I received the highest number of requests for considerations for bursaries. That tells you, that is a great pointer to what is happening. Last year again, because of the rising cases of cancer, I went out of my way to pay for NHI for 2,500 of otherwise people who are well off and who are paying for themselves from my own pocket, Mr. Speaker. That tells you that if we do not rein in on the cartels in the tea sector, we have a problem going forward. Like Honorable Cicely Marile did point out, those were matters that are happening. The biggest cartel in the tea sector is KTDA itself. And if you are talking about electoral injustices in this country, the hugest fraud in electoral injustice is KTDA. Imagine a shareholder is a factory. We want a situation where we have one man, one vote, so that every farmer can make a decision on matters pertaining tea. And those are the things that I hope, going forward, with a few amendments, we will be able to address in this bill. The bill should, however, give a place to KTDA. It is a bit hollow, and it did not capture as much as I had expected. It has left KTDA hanging. So all those amendments that we are going to make should now come in very clear and give the position of KTDA in this matter. The bill will therefore need more input from the stakeholders, and particularly, like I did point out, in the electoral structures of KTDA. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a country that we want to industrialize, the Big Four agenda. If we let coffee, for instance, which has gone, and have tea again follow, we will have a problem. This bill has come at the right time, and I beseech all my colleagues in this House to look at it in a very positive way. We earn a lot of forex from tea. We export a lot of tea. I mean, just come to Kericho and look at the beauty. And multinationals are reaping huge from my county, but the farmer from the same county has nothing from my constituency. So why the imbalance, yet it is the same crop, Mr. Speaker. So with those many remarks, I support. Thank you very much.
Before I give Honorable Amaro, let's have Honorable Munene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this bill. And I must say from the word go, this is a very important bill, and the sponsor must be thanked. It is true that as it is, it's not a bill with a lot of proposal to change the tea sector, but it's a good beginning. And I believe in the committee stage we are going to do proper amendment so that it can address the real issues facing the farmers. As Honorable Bali has clearly said, the main problem we have with the tea industry, and I must confess I come from a constituency where we grow tea in large number. The elephant in the room has been the KTDA. And we must ask ourselves, much as KTDA is now a private company, initially it was an authority. It was also a parastatal. We must ask ourselves, should we go back there? Because as it is now, KTDA has become, has monopolized the tea industry such that the farmer has no say. In fact, even the farmer has no say in electing the directors. Because you see, you may have a factory of about 50,000 farmers, but only 10 of them elect directors. through what they call proxy. Time has come when we must say one man or one farmer, one vote for us to take KTD to the old Rost glory. I found Honorable talk saying about are we trying to crawl back from what was passed by the Crop Act of 2013 when where T-board and all other bonds were collapsed together and we got an alpha. And I think alpha has failed this country, especially the tea farmers. But maybe it is not alpha as a board. Maybe it is a setup of alpha. Because when we come to issues like tea, coffee, sugar, these are crops which before they were collapsed under the Crop Act, they had their own, started their own bill, and they had their own regulations. The way of marketing, the way of production is very different. And we are not, I say this with a lot of respect to other farmers in this country. I think just like some animals are more equal than others, when we come to tea and coffee and sugar, some crops we must agree, they are more, I think because of their value, the number of people they employ, the foreigner, the exchange they bring to the country, they are of more importance than others. I have found on our body saying, are we going to create a board for every crop? I think that is not what you are trying to say, but something like tea, we must have its own unique and stand our own board and bill. Things like sugar, things like coffee, because I think alpha should only deal with those crops, millet, sorghum, so those crops which are not contentious, which need to be brought together because of economies of scale, need to be brought together so that they can be marketed together in the world. But things like tea, they require special people who are knowledgeable, people who are educated, exposed in that field, so that the board and their CEO, they can be able to bring or to take tea to the next level. So that when we come to issues like marketing, like for instance, world over, we are getting away from CTC tea to orthodox and special tea. But when you go up together and alpha is supposed to come with those how to develop those tea and those new market emerging, they may not have the capacity because also they could be overwhelmed because they are dealing with all the crops. So I think this is a very good bill. It should be supported, and we must amend where we should so that it can capture and address the things bedeviling the tea sector. I have looked at the proposed bill, and there's some concern, like when you look at clause 7 of the bill, section 7. And I was happy to hear the chairman of the committee of the agriculture saying they'll be proposing amendment, because like when you look at D, you cannot have council of governors just nominating a person. That person must have some expertise so that you can add value to this board. When you look at E, where you are saying the CS is going to nominate 4 persons from tea growing areas. But those 4 persons, they should actually be elected by the farmers so that they can be able to represent the interests of the farmers within that board. And also, they should also be from the areas which is growing tea, and also they also must have relevant skills, not just any farmer who can also be in the board. It must be a farmer who can be demonstrated that he knows or he understands what they sought tea about. You look at clause or section 13, where when you look at 13, you compare 13 with 15, you are left wondering, when this bill was being done, were we having a person in mind who is to be the CEO of this tea board? Why do I say so? Because you see, section 13 deal about the chief executive officer of the board. And they say he should have 5 years experience. But section 15 talk about the CS, the corporation secretary, whom they say should have 7 years experience. And in my understanding, who should be more experienced? Should it be the CEO or the CS, the company secretary? So I think we need to enhance the qualifications and the experience of the CEO of the tea board going forward. Then also you look at clause 39, which talks about who becomes the staffs of the board once it is established. And it's talking about people who currently are working in that directorate. But we must ask ourselves, when this board, when the tea board was collapsed at Alpha, there were some staffs who were initially in the tea board and they were taken to other sectors. What happened to those staffs? Should they come back to their former employer? So those are issues we need to address when we come to the committee stage, and I believe we will be looking or pushing for serious amendment so that this bill can serve the good intention of the sponsor and also serve the country as a whole. With those many and few remarks, I want to support. Thank you.
Honorable Amarwa, just a minute, Honorable Amarwa. Honorable Junet, what is out of order? Nothing. That is not the way for the speaker to know he is here. Yes, Honorable Amarwa, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tea plays a critical role in the economy of this country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, from research, tea is #1 foreign exchange earner as far as crops are concerned. It was, yes, but even up to now, among the crops, it's still the #1. Among the crops, Mr. Speaker, it's still #1 foreign exchange earner. It has not been overtaken by any. And one thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat what Honorable Badi said. In the last parliament, Mr. Speaker, there was an outcry of having so many parastatals that cannot sustain themselves. And there was this objective of collapsing them all together to form AFA. And it demonstrates now, Mr. Speaker, that AFA has failed. Because under AFA, we have different directorates. We have the Director General, and below that, we have directorates. We have somebody in charge of coffee, in charge of tea, in charge of sugar. But from the look of things, Mr. Speaker, it seems this AFA has failed. It has not stood the test of times. And as we come up with this bill, because the primary objective of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to come up with a tea board. This is going to be a parastatal. It is going to be in charge of the management of the entire value and supply chain of tea, starting from growing up to processing, up to exporting, what have you, and marketing. So in other words, we must amend the AFA Act so that we don't have a duplication. And we have seen an outcry, not only from tea, Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware there's a sugar bill, which is actually within Parliament, to establish a sugar board. I'm also aware, Mr. Speaker, that we have the coffee, something to do with coffee. And these are the critical products, Mr. Speaker. And it goes without saying that since AFA has failed, AFA should remain, but it should deal with the crops which have insignificant value. Things like millet, sorghum, and what have you. But those crops, Mr. Speaker, which are so significant, particularly when it comes to foreign exchange, they should be allowed maybe to be established because
what is out of order, Honorable Sheikh?
Mr. Speaker, is the member in order to say that crops like millet, cassava are insignificant, Mr. Speaker? People feed their families with those kind of crops, Mr. Speaker. Even him, before he grew up, before he came to Parliament to eat food here, he was eating millet and cassava and sometimes even rats. So, Mr. Speaker, is he in order to say those are insignificant crops, Mr. Speaker? Let him withdraw.
Honorable Marwa, why are you giving value to crops?
You know, Mr. Speaker, when you talk of insignificant, you must understand the context. The context is in terms of contribution to the GDP. Of course, you cannot compare the contribution of millet to the GDP of this country to what tea has done. Obviously, in statistical terms,
the millet you used to take.
The millet is insignificant as far as contribution to the GDP of this country is concerned. in statistical terms. That's why I talked of the issue of the context. And Mr. Speaker, in this case, a product like tea, because of this significant value in terms of contributing to the GDP, it needs focus. It needs a specific parastatal that will focus on critical issues for it to succeed. Because in terms of employment, Mr. Speaker, you'll agree with me that tea has provided a lot of employment compared to sorghum or millet. Actually, and the Honorable is aware that millet, in terms of even employment, it's insignificant. Tea, when you look at KTDA, go to Mombasa and look at those auctioneers, the number of employees that they have contributed, in this country, Mr. Speaker, it is amazing. And indeed, that's why we say it needs focus. Because what AFA should have done, should have given key priority to key products or to key crops. You cannot put the same value on tea and the same value you are putting on millet, for that matter. It's not. It must be proportionate. Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, I had an opportunity to accompany His Excellency the President when he had a trip to go to Turkey. And when we went to Turkey, Mr. Speaker, we had there was a meeting with the President of Turkey. And I remember His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta requesting the President of Turkey to reduce the taxation that is levied on the tea, on the Kenyan tea when it lands there. When you do the comparative analysis in terms of quality, Mr. Speaker, our tea is very, very powerful. It is of very good quality internationally. And when you go to Turkey, their quality is substandard. And for it to succeed in the market, because it's about the welfare of the people of Turkey, when our tea lands in Turkey, the levied taxation is almost 30%. So it cannot compete. And I remember vividly, the answers His Excellency was given, the President of Turkey said, tea is the welfare of my people. If at all we are going to reduce the taxation for Kenyan tea to come here, that means our tea will not sell. So our Kenyan tea is of good quality. And what has been said, particularly for the members of parliament who represent those areas, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency community, I don't have tea. But because I'm aspiring to be the governor of Trans Nzoia, in Cherengani, there is tea. So I'm also here to speak on the behalf of the farmers of Cherengani who grow tea.
Because you want to be governor?
Because I want to be the governor of Trans Nzoia. Thank you very much. And I'm seeing they are watching. They are seeing their representative is talking.
I support.
And Mr. Speaker, what you are saying is this: tea must be given a lot of attention. And the KTDA, many have complained, is the cartels, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we are married from Mr. Speaker. They grow tea. When I go there, my father-in-law, everybody, when there's bonus, I see good things, Mr. Speaker. It is true. It is a source of livelihoods. And it's not just in central Kenya. Even when you go to western in Kakamega, now there's a lot of tea. When you come to Trans Nzoia, there's a lot of tea. When you go to Kericho, even in Elgeyo Marakwet, they're now growing a lot of tea. This is actually a product that is cutting across the entire country. So it's not just an issue of a given specific county. So it's a product that needs a lot of focus. KTDA, where it has failed, Mr. Speaker, we must know how to engage the stakeholders so that we can improve the value addition of KTDA. Because KTDA, as it was said initially, it was a parastatal. But now it's a private farm, Mr. Speaker. It's a private farm, and we are told a lot of cartels are there. So what do we do to eliminate these cartels? Recently, His Excellency the President gave an executive order pertaining these crops. There was some money which was injected. Honorable Koech mentioned that he has not seen the issue of capital being injected. As a matter of fact, His Excellency the President has been very magnanimous to the tea growing areas and coffee. The people of maize farmers like us, we are the ones who have suffered most, Mr. Speaker. And in the other regions, even the sugarcane farmers have really suffered. So we are calling upon, as we move forward, we want to improve the welfare of the entire country. So the issue is tea must given its focus, it's true. So as we pass this act, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we must repeal what section that entails tea when it comes to the AFA Act, so that we can avoid the issues of duplication. Mr. Speaker, we have heard so much about the auction taking place in Mombasa. And my friend MP from Kilifi tells me that we should just retain the auction to be in Mombasa. We need to know what are the reasons why the auction should not be done where the factory is, but it should be done in Mombasa. We should be told, if it's for purposes of shipping, maybe for purposes of convenience and all that, we do agree. But you should not allow the cartels in Mombasa, Mr. Speaker, to frustrate these farmers. And even in Kisii, there's a lot of tea, and Mheshimiwa is looking at me. So this is a group, Mr. Speaker, that cuts across the entire country. So it needs a lot of attention. So it was a mistake to come up with an NAFA Act. And the question is asking, Mr. Speaker, when we did the repealing of all these acts, there were assets of T-Board. Where did those assets go to? Because I sit in the PIC committee, Mr. Speaker, and we've had a lot of accountability issues. These assets disappeared, and now that you want to revive this, will those assets be available so that the exchequer cannot continue getting frustrated, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, my humble request is this. It's a good idea. But now, as we pass this bill, we have the State Corporation Act. If we are coming up with a parastatal, the T-Board is a parastatal. But whatever is here, there must be some consistency with the State Corporation Act. Because any inconsistencies are going to be there, this bill must be cleaned. And now, we are calling upon the Chair of Agriculture has already left. He's supposed to be taking these points, and this is what we said yesterday, so that when it comes to replying, because this bill is a skeleton, it needs a lot of meat. And I'm hoping the Senator is listening. It needs a lot of meat so that it can stand the test of times. The way it is, Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Barira said, and Honorable Badi, we need to bring in serious amendments at the committee of this whole house so that this can stand the test of time.
Very well. Very well. I'm sure members do follow international news, and it is omitted, I'm sure they noted, last month when we had the Africa-UK meeting, when the Prime Minister actually of UK said that 50% of tea taken in UK comes from Kenya. And I'm sure members did follow that discussion. Can we have Honorable Murungi Kaduri?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to contribute to this important bill. Honorable Speaker, as you have realized, this is a very sensitive bill, and the tea sector is very key to the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that we have in the tea sector is marketing. How our tea is handled after it leaves the farmer. So once the processors, which are the factories, process, how does KTNDA handle our tea? How do they market it? So therefore, Mr. Speaker, any bill or any regulation or any registration coming to this house that touches on tea and that can improve on tea shouldn't be supported. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that most of the members are well versed on the importance of tea in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the amendments that will be coming to this floor is to ensure that the law of marketing is fully handled by this bond. Mr. Speaker, initially when there was the defunct Tea Bond of Kenya before AFA Act, marketing was purely on Tea Bond of Kenya for as research, and then there was also another responsibility of also improving the road networks in the tea growing areas. And one of the challenges that we have now with the AFA, like members maybe are not aware, that also we have a tea directorate within AFA, which specifically handles tea issues. I've really been consulting with the tea directorate, which is within AFA, the reasons why they are not able to move. And Mr. Speaker, one of their concerns is that they are not well funded, because initially there is 1% which was being deducted from Mendi tea, which was being exported, and that money used to go to the tea bond. So also in this bill, Mr. Speaker, I was looking at the clause touching on the funding of the bond, and it is not clear still what will be the source of funding for this bond. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we really rely on the exchequer, treasury, I'm telling you also this bond will do nothing to the tea sector. So there must be a method of how this bond can be self-reliant. Because I was talking to the vice chair of the committee as he was walking out, then I asked him what is the source of funding for this bond. And Mr. Speaker, he told me maybe it's the money they will be raised from Treasury, what they will get from Treasury and A. The A will only be the few coins that will be paid by the brokers and the people will be registered by this bond. So, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we must really know exactly the source of funding for this bill, because maybe in one point or the other they avoided maybe levying the tea sector. But they should not levy the farmer. The farmer should not suffer. But those people who are selling, who are taking the main tea, should be able to pay, to have that responsibility. As Honorable Mbadire put it very clear, we have a lot of conflict of interest in the tea sector, because the directors who are directors of the factories are still directors of other affiliate companies owned by KTDA. KTDA has other subsidiaries, almost 10 subsidiaries, which are also companies that should benefit the farmer, because the farmer is a shareholder through the factory. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, after we elect directors from the ground, those who come to the national board of KTDA, now they become directors of the subsidiaries. And that is why the president, I want to thank him seriously for what he announced in January, because he said that the tea regulations should be brought before this house with immediate effect, so that now these subsidiaries can be streamlined by the Competition Authority and Treasury. So, Mr. Speaker, we are expecting these regulations to come here soonest. I was talking to the Tea Directorate, or LAFA, and they confirmed that they are in the process of finalizing the regulations. So most of the issues being raised here by members will still come through the Tea Regulations 2019. So I want the members to be very vigilant. When these regulations are brought before this House, to the Committee on Delegated Legislation, we should be very keen to give input. I don't know whether this committee on delegated legislation will be able also to do public participation on these regulations, because they are far-reaching, and most of the issues we are raising here cannot be handled by this bond. They should be also, we must be keen on the regulations. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the tea which we produce here in Kenya is a CTC tea. And this tea is sold actually to countries which have GDP equal to Kenya, like almost equal or a bit better than Kenya. For example, Egypt. Our tea is consumed in Asia and Africa. Therefore, the big economies are not able to consume our tea, because this is not the tea that they like or they want using. So they have now turned it to orthodox tea. And this is where, if it is KTDA, because a lot of research will go to this bond, they should now be able to influence that all the factories also put up lines to produce orthodox tea, which has market in Europe, very lucrative market in Europe, good market in America, and the supply, even the factories that are now producing orthodox tea, that tea is not enough in the world market. Therefore, this is the route that we should take. And Mr. Speaker, with all these amendments and issues brought before this House, I'm very certain that we'll be able to streamline and improve the tea sector. As we speak now, almost all the farmers, as members have said, they are really desperate. Even they have no school fees, because this being called bonus came at 30 shillings. The others which got even 11 shillings per kg. Therefore, I think this is the right time that we really handle this tea sector. Then also we streamline coffee sector, sugar sector, fish. I don't know whether fish also shouldn't be streamlined. Because I was in Kisumu over the weekend, and the residents there are complaining that there is no fish in the lake. And then what I realized, Honorable Junet, is that there are some cages which have been put in Lake Victoria by farmers, so that they can be able to grow their fish from the lake. So I was asking myself, why can the government, even the county governments, the national government,
bring a lot of fingerlings to this lake, but managing the numbers so that the farmers can be, or residents of that area can be able to get fish. So there is a lot that needs to be done in all the sectors of production in this country. With all those remarks, because of time, and I can see there is a lot of interest with my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Before I get to my left, let's have Honorable Mashogu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute also. From the outset, I want to declare my interest that indeed from a very young age of 10 years, I started being a tea picker because my parents had a tea farm, a small-scale farmer that is, and ever since then, I've been in this business, Mr. Speaker, and really, I know from the beginning until the end. As we all know, of course, Mr. Speaker, as it has been said, tea is the topmost foreign exchange earner for this country. Tea is the source of income to quite a number of our farmers, almost 600 households in this country, that is from the tea growing areas. Tea is the major source of employment in the country. And when you get to the history of this crop, Mr. Speaker, you see from certain years, there was quite remarkable improvement, which indeed enticed the farmers even to be able to grow more. In the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, but where we are now, actually, we are on the downward trend. And Mr. Speaker, if it was not the pronouncement of the President on the 6th of January, which gave farmers a little bit of consolation, actually, farmers like my constituency were uprooting tea. And it's not only in my constituency, it's almost all over the country. I think as a parliament, we're required to come in and make sure that we are able to intervene at the right time, because unless we do so, then we are going to lose a major crop, which is playing a very critical role in the economy of this country, because no other crop can be able to give us the kind of foreign exchange, the kind of employment that we are able to generate each and every year out of this crop. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you see what has been done with this particular crop, that it is actually on the downward trend, I must say it is mismanagement and also partly what we did in this House on 2013. Because during that particular time, Mr. Speaker, we thought we were amalgamating all these bodies, bringing them under one body, which is Food and Agricultural Authority, for purposes of efficiency, effectiveness, and that actually it was for the benefit of the farmer. And we did repeal Cap 343, which was the Tea Act then, and came up with this amorphous body, which now we are informed we have a directorate which is supposed to look into the issues of tea. But ever since the establishment of this amorphous body, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid to say that indeed the kind of functions that was being undertaken by the tea board then, because tea board was in a way counter-checking what KTDA does. It was offering checks and balances, and there was a little bit of accountability which is missing now. We have now come in with a body which has actually captured the interests of the farmers. The farmer is only producing, sweating, working day and night. You see the old mamas waking up even when it is raining at the 6, picking the tea until 6. But again, what they are able to get from their sweat, Mr. Speaker, is actually peanuts. What they are paid, and you consider the entire payment that the KTDA gets, a kilo, they get 15 shillings. But when you calculate the total amount that KTDA is getting at the end of the day, it's about 300 shillings. And you ask, where is this other money going? the money is going into the pockets of crooks. And I think it is incumbent upon us, Parliament, to come in, because law is not static, such that even if we came with that law in 2013, and we realize that it is not serving the purposes for which it was intended, it is incumbent upon us to change that, because law, as it were, is dynamic. And indeed, if we don't do so as a Parliament, then our role will be functionally redundant. We will be doing Kenyans a great disservice. And one thing that we will be able to come in as members of those coming from tea growing areas to make amendments is with KTDA, because even from the way they get their directors, it's a process that is actually fraud, because the returning officer, the supervisor, is KTDA itself. So KTDA has been imposing people in the form of directors upon the farmers over the years, people who are not serving the interest of the farmers. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, like in my constituency, the factories I have, from about 40 shillings dividends, which is commonly known as bonus, this particular year, Kiamokama, Rianyamwamu got 11 shillings and 50 cents. You can imagine the amount, the lowest ever in a period of over 20 years. So how do we go back to the same farmer and encourage him to continue with the same crop, which indeed is not going to give him anything? So the intention of the order of this bill, I think, is very good. It's only that it falls short of addressing the real issues that we are faced with as farmers, because we require to go into that animal known as KTDA, because ever since it was changed from an authority to an agency it now became like a private enterprise, such that even government is not able to come in and do anything with the KTDA. They come up with issues on their own, with the policies which are quite detrimental to the farmers. And I would like to commend what the President was able to come up with, and if that is implemented, not only with the tea, but with other crops, a stabilization fund, establishment of a self-sustaining stabilization fund, which will be able to cushion farmers when there are fluctuations in prices, such that even at international market, when we have this problem where we have variation in prices, the government is able to come in and cushion the farmers, such that the farmer can be enthusiastic in continuing with producing the crop. Because if we don't do so, then for sure a number of our farmers are going to come into short-term crops like vegetables, like onions, tomatoes, which are even better paying than tea. So, Mr. Speaker, I will also recommend that we with amendments, because if you look at the clause 5, where you go through the functions of the teapot, as it is now, indeed, it is supposed to be a little bit elaborate, because again, we subject even the farmer to a lot of fees, a lot of levies, a lot of taxation, such that some of these things are supposed to be handled by our body, so that we know what kind of negative effect it will have to the farmer by the end of the day. We will also be able to look at clause 7, membership of the committee. I indeed was able to see that 4 of the members out of 11 will be from the small-scale tea growing farmers themselves. But again, if the process will be the way it has been with the KTDA, then we are going to get the same kind of characters that we have as of now. So the process of getting these people, electing these people, must be such that we will be sure they will be able to add value, and the farmer will be able to benefit by the end of the day. So a lot of improvement requires to be done in the bill. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, giving me an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this bill. But Mr. Speaker, the importance of tea cannot be overstated. The importance of tea in this country, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want also to add that this bill is very important and it is very timely. It has come at the right time. Because most of the time you hear some of our colleagues talking in rallies and burials, talking about tea, coffee, and sugarcane issues, instead of addressing those matters inside this house through a bill like this one, Mr. Speaker. And some of them are not here, but you'll hear them speaking loud in burials, saying that we must have money for our tea, we must have money for our coffee, we must have money for our sugarcane. But when we want to discuss serious matter, like the tea, affecting their constituents, affecting the country, they are absentees. They are not here, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell Kenyans to take note of that. That don't listen to any shenanigan outside there. Matters of national importance are discussed in the National Assembly, where we have the powers delegated to us by the people of this republic, Mr. Speaker. So if you want your people to benefit from tea, if you want your people to benefit from coffee, if you want your people to benefit from fish, if you want your people to benefit from sugarcane like where I come from, please be in parliament when those matters are being discussed. Please be in parliament when money is being shared.
Order, Honorable Jeanette. What is out of order?
Yes, is it in order for one member to lecture us and tell us that we are not in funerals, we are here, we are the people who have been talking about sugar and tea. So when you talk as if we are not around, it is very unfair. Yes, we are here.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mbere, I can see you are here.
Yes.
So are you speaking for yourself?
What's wrong?
Yeah, he's speaking for himself. We have recognized that Honorable...
I can see, Honorable Jeanette, I can see quite a number of members here who are keen to...
No, Mr. Speaker,
from my screen...
I have talked about people who are not there, not people who are here. So they don't speak for the ones who are not there. They are speaking for themselves, and the ones who are here are the ones who are here to discuss the importance of tea in our country, Mr. Speaker. And I must thank them that they are here. But the ones who talk loud, who are not here, they know themselves. I don't want to mention names. Those are the ones I want them to be here, Mr. Speaker, so that we can discuss this matter holistically as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important matter for this country, Mr. Speaker. The price of tea, Mr. Speaker. The biggest cash crop that this country has. And then you are not here, Mr. Speaker. And then the following day, on Saturday, you will hear, we want our tea money in our pockets, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have my right of contribution. I have not gone off of any parliamentary requirement, Mr. Speaker, and I have a right to contribute in the form and shape and manner that I wish, Mr. Speaker, so long as I follow the rules of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, why I'm saying that is to bring to the attention of the members the importance of this bill, Mr. Speaker. I have been waiting for this tea bill for quite some time, Mr. Speaker. Now I'm waiting for the one of sugarcane, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, that's the one I'm going to bring myself. And I'm waiting for the coffee bill, Mr. Speaker, so that we get, a rest from these stories all over the country in the Republic that we want our money in our pockets. The money is in Parliament. Kindly come to Parliament when we are discussing that money of tea. But, Mr. Speaker, having said that, the problem now the tea is facing in this country, Mr. Speaker, in my view, is not creating another board. It's KTDA, Mr. Speaker. The cartels that have captured KTDA, Mr. Speaker, are the people who are killing the tea industry in our country, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's high time as a House we assert our authority to deal with that matter once and for all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that members have come to realize that we need to address the issue of KTDA in a more forceful manner than we have been doing it before, Mr. Speaker. KTDA has transformed itself from an authority to an agency, now to a cartel, Mr. Speaker. And look, Mr. Speaker, the bonuses that were being paid by farmers when we were in school, Mr. Speaker, and the cost of living compared to the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. You've just heard Honorable Machogu saying the last bonus was 11 shillings compared to the 40 shillings that was paid 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it's in my view that unless we address KTDA, even if we create a T-board as being proposed by the bill, Mr. Speaker, I think the solution might not be as good as we intend to have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, after AFA was created, I remember last Parliament I was here when the bill on AFA was being passed here. Many members were opposed to it. They were saying, let us have those parastatals that deal directly with different crops of this country. If it is sugarcane, if it is tea or coffee. But the government of that time, Mr. Speaker, decided that we must have one organization that deals with all crops, but they are going to have directories, Mr. Speaker. Now it looks like we are going back to the old route again of having board for coffee, a board for tea, and a board for sugar, like the Kenya Sugar Board. So, Mr. Speaker, it looks like the AFA has failed. And now, through the Senate, a bill has been introduced to bring back the tea board of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in my belief, the problem is KTDA. It's not creating a board. And the government must focus more on dealing with cash crops, Mr. Speaker, because you can't have a cow that you keep on milking and you don't feed it, Mr. Speaker, it will die. That's what has happened to these cash crops, whether it is coffee, whether it is tea, whether it is sugarcane, Mr. Speaker. Where I come from, majority of our people are sugarcane farmers. Sugar died long time ago, Mr. Speaker. Nobody speaks about it, but it has been dead for some time. In fact, I'm very happy. The other day I was watching TV. The receiver manager who has taken over Mumias Sugar says he's going to revive Mumias and is going to run it for 2 years. That was a good statement that really made me very happy. But the amount of money that people are paid when they take their sugarcane to those factories, Mr. Speaker, cannot even afford them to pay school fees for their children, let alone feeding them, Mr. Speaker. People are suffering, Mr. Speaker, in this country because the economy is majorly of agriculture, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, because I don't come from a tea growing area, in conclusion is that I am excited about this bill, Mr. Speaker. I want members, because this bill might continue, the debate might go on until tomorrow. I want members who are not here, who are concerned about the tea of their people, the sugarcane of their people, and the coffee to be here tomorrow, led by Honorable Moses Kuria. Let him not start shouting and telling us in Gatundu how people are suffering, who don't have money in their pockets. Come here and legislate for your people so that they can become richer than they are. And that is why we are telling them, please come to Parliament, even in terms of budgetary allocation, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kiplagat, Mutai, what is it? Who is that member just shouting like that? To sit down. He can't
Honorable
sit down.
Wanjala.
He has permission from the speaker to speak.
It looks like he's arriving from Budalangi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Jeanette to adversely mention Honorable Kuria in his absence? He's not here, Mr. Speaker, to defend himself. And I think it's only proper that he's mentioned when he's here to defend himself. Saying,
Mr. Speaker, I have not said anything adversely. I said the member whom I know he represents a constituency. I know he was the Speaker of Buret, Mr. Speaker, but you know the county assembly is different from here, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Here you can tell people.
I must protect Honorable Mutai. He has a right to raise what he has
Mr. Speaker, I didn't mention anything adversely about Honorable Moses Kuria. But Mr. Speaker, to conclude my presentation, in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, is that, Mr. Speaker, even in terms of budgetary allocation, Mr. Speaker, for developing different crops, Mr. Speaker, the tea and coffee of our country, Mr. Speaker, where that money is allocated, Mr. Speaker, is in the National Assembly in the budget process making. It is never done outside the House, Mr. Speaker. If you want to increase funding for tea, funding for sugarcane, funding for coffee, this is the House that does that work, Mr. Speaker. And the chairman is Honorable Kimani Shungwa. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jeanette, Honorable Mutai, just hold your horses. Honorable Jeanette was gravitating towards mentioning a member. If you mention a member in good light, no problem. But if you mention a member in some nearly adverse way, it is not appropriate because it's your colleague. in the House. But nevertheless, let's move on. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, which has come from the Senate, and which recognizes that agriculture is actually the backbone of the economy of Kenya, and most important, that attention must now be paid to the tea sector in the country. I do not come from a tea growing area, but all my neighbors around me do grow tea, and therefore I feel I'm obliged to speak for them, because tea is the #1 foreign exchange earner for this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's also good to begin by saying that we have not treated agriculture in any manner that is worthy talking about in this country, in spite of the pivotal role it plays in our economy. If there is any example I can give regarding our attitude which is not good towards agriculture, is the menace of locusts we have in the country now and what we are receiving from that ministry. It is the Ministry of Agriculture that first and foremost brought the Crops Act, repealed all the other Crops Acts which were there, amalgamated them into one act, and every crop came under that. Then it created an authority. Then subsequently, the ministry brought another act creating an authority that amalgamated and collapsed the other authorities for the other crops into one. And that authority was the Agriculture and the Food Authority. The act was enacted in 2013, and the death knell was actually pinned on the sugar crop, tea. We had a problem with coconuts, pyrethrum, cotton, horticulture, sisal, and coffee. Unfortunately, I do not see any serious here, and my constituency is actually well known for being the food basket of the country, producing not only maize and beans, but also millet, sorghum, cowpeas, pigeon peas, green grams, and the other crops consumed in the country. While we look at the tea bill today, it tries to divorce, in fact it doesn't try, it divorces tea from the Crops Act, which we think, and which in my view, is a noble act. This is the move that should actually follow for all the other crops which I have named, and therefore the establishment of the Tea Board of Kenya should actually go with divorce of these other institutions or authorities from AFA to independent institutions, their own boards, which should actually cater for the crops. I also wish to point out that while we are looking at these crops, and tea especially, by extension, let us look at cereals through the National Cereals and Produce Board. If we can also bring acts relating to these crops, and this is the appropriate time for me to call upon the Minister of Agriculture to do this. Let us have these particular acts coming over and a particular board taking care of these crops, and especially green grams, dengu, which is grown in the marginalized areas of the country. Tharaka, in Tharaka Nithi, we have Kitui County, we have Embu, Mbeere especially, and other places. Let us have these crops looked at so that they can also be brought to the same purview of the crops we are discussing today, and especially tea. The Tea Board of Kenya, which is established under Section 3, is good enough in as much as I would urge that it acts more independently than we are trying to provide here. Let us have some of the members of this board elected instead of them being appointed. Those that have qualifications
And the qualifications must be defined in this particular act so that those who are qualified can sit in the board and are able to dispense business relating to tea. There are amendments which we've been told about, and I also believe we need to amend many of these sections, including the section dealing with disputes, which says that the board has the responsibility to settle all disputes arising between parties. And where any party is aggrieved with the resolution of that dispute by the Tea Board of Kenya, it has a right of appeal to a court of competent jurisdiction. And unfortunately, the court of competent jurisdiction is not defined. Not all courts can hear such matters, and therefore there is need to amend the section and provide exactly what is a court of competent jurisdiction. It's also important to make a point on State Corporations Act, because the problem we had previously was that we had too many parastatals. Parastatals are governed by the State Corporations Act. What we did in an attempt to try and solve the problem was to amalgamate these state corporations into one. And this is the problem we have today. This is the problem we created, and this is the problem we must address as we speak. Finally, it is also important to speak on behalf of other crops, because the country and the government is advocating on stabilization of prices of agricultural crops. What we are saying in essence is, let farmers get their crops worth. Because I can assure you, to grow any of these crops, whether sugar, whether tea, whether coffee, whether my green grams in Tharaka, whether sorghum, whether millet, it's extremely expensive. The inputs are expensive. The labor, which is labor intensive, is also expensive. As a result, when we go to the market, we actually run at an absolute loss. And therefore, it is right for the government to try and stabilize through what are known as guaranteed minimum returns, the basic minimums in respect of each of these crops, cereals included, so that when a farmer goes to the market, the farmer is sure that what he will get as a price is actually slightly better than the input which was in those crops. Therefore, when the government goes to stabilize crops for prices for tea, prices for coffee, sugar, rice, and others, I would make a humble prayer through this house to the Minister of Agriculture that let us also look at other crops. Let us look at cereal crops. Let us look at crops that are grown in arid and semi-arid areas, so that these are also stabilized, so that farmers are also encouraged to grow these crops. Otherwise, the net effect of this will be to kill some of our crops in the country. Today, it looks very strange to talk about cotton. We used to have the Cotton Development Authority, again taking care of a crop that was grown in semi-arid areas. But lack of policy, lack of any incentives, lack of any support from the ministry, from the government, cotton is actually dead in the country. And therefore, we have now resorted to wearing mitumba clothes instead of wearing good clothes made from cotton. Sisal is another dead crop. And if this trend continues, coffee will soon follow suit, and eventually tea may end up there, and eventually, at the end of the day, my cereals may also find themselves in that dictionary, and the country will be faced with acute food shortage. With those remarks, this is a bill that we must work on to make it as good as we can, and this is a bill that should actually be followed for other crops so that we have precedents to work on. I do support the bill as it is and as proposed to be amended.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Murugara. I recall in the last session, we were here and I was hoping that I would see the chair of agriculture. And there was an issue that was raised in regard to coffee and the death of the Coffee Research Foundation and also the death of the Tea Research Foundation on this floor. And I remember giving directions that we should have an inquiry into this so that we can take care of our coffee and tea. And it seems like the AFA Act 2013, all these lamentations about what is happening to our crops in this country, the AFA Act, the Honorable Murugara, it may be prudent for you to look at it again. 2013, the AFA Act 2013, so that probably these crops, we as a country, an agriculture country that relies on agriculture, I think if we lump our things together the way we've done it, we might end up with no economy at all. Yes, thank you. Good contribution. The Honorable Bayaya.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the things that I want to say is that I'm one of the people that will celebrate the death of the AFA Act. I think this is the first nail on the coffin of the AFA Act, because the AFA Act has been responsible for destroying the agricultural sector in this country. The moment in 2013 that this parliament passed the AFA Act and lumped all crops, tea, coffee, sugar, and other crops, including crops from the coast region, coconut and cashew nuts and big sand, all of that, then what we did was to have the journey towards the destruction of agriculture in this country. This country remains a very agrarian country. And therefore, this economy cannot move forward if we kill the agricultural sector. The Big Four agenda of the president is anchored on manufacturing. What are we manufacturing? We can only manufacture what we can produce. And what we can produce in this country, which still remains very viable, is the agricultural crops. From the coffee farms, we can open factories. From the tea farms, we can open factories. From the coconut, the coast region had the Coconut Development Authority. The coconut development was a new thing, but the impact it had in the coast to revive the industry, the coconut industry, was tremendous. But then this authority was cut short because of the AFA Act, and it was folded, and we were told now we are going to start administering the production of coconut and all other attendant products from the coconut from Nairobi. So all the people now are moved from the coast and they came to Nairobi. And therefore, the coconut as an industry started collapsing. And as we speak today, a lot of the crops that we have that are coconut trees are dead. The many products, there are over 40 products that can be found in a coconut tree, but none. The only thing we know is the coconut wine and the makuti. Why? Because the AFA Act did that. I am very happy that the tea growing sector has started the journey. And when the tea sector starts moving in the direction that this bill intends it to move, I am happy that other crops will also follow suit. And following suit means, therefore, that we shall have the Coconut Development Authority back. We shall have a cashew nut authority back. It may be costly for this country to have all those many parastatals. But the good thing is that there will be more efficiency in trying to revive the other crops. And therefore, if we are talking about growing the GDP of this country, the GDP of this country can only grow if agriculture works and works effectively. And the only way to ensure that it works effectively is to focus, like what Chris Wamalwa said. You need to focus on certain crops, focus on the tea, focus on the coffee, focus on sugar, focus on other things, so that there's a deliberate attempt. But when you have a directorate here, a huge behemoth called the AFA here in Nairobi, that seems and thinks that they're controlling everything. I think the person who tried to really work hard, Minister Kienjuri, tried. But every time he tried, I had a discussion with him about our coconut and cashew nut. And he said, you see, my hands are tied. I cannot put money in coconut and cashew nut. Why? Because AFA says that these are insignificant crops. You know, that is what my friend here said. So these are insignificant crops. We cannot spend money to revive them. But it gives me hope that I'll come to this parliament and sponsor a bill that now we want to start a coconut development authority. And therefore that will give hope to the people. And therefore for me as I stand here, I also want to reiterate one thing that has been said here. This country without agriculture will not survive. The economy of this country, the GDP of this country cannot grow if agriculture is still not given the attention. So if we see very many agriculture authorities that deal with crops, it is good for the economy because we know every sector is handled very well. We hear what is happening in the Mount Kenya region right now. People, you know, I used to think that it is all in my place where kids come for bursary because there was enough money in the other places. But now I heard today here that they actually give bursary to kids. Why? Because there's no money in circulation. The economy is not growing. Now, if we kill the agricultural sector, it's attendant because education has been one of the greatest beneficiaries from the agricultural sector. And that is a fact. When I was growing up, families could take their children to school and very good schools. Why? Because the cashew nut was there. When cashew nut failed because nobody took care of it, because it had no authority or any other thing, there was no research on cashew nut, there was no board for marketing, there was nothing, it was just left on its own. It died. Today, there are people in Coast who, if you tell them this is cashew nut tree, they are asking, is it? What does it do? What does it produce? Why? Because there was no investment at all in the cashew nut. Today, there's a fresh breath of air. If we pass this bill, I know there are many amendments that we need to make to take care of KTDA, to ensure that the board can be sustained, to ensure that we just don't rely on exchequer for the development of this crop. All these things, when they're done, they are a precursor of the good things that will come for other crops. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to urge is that this House passes this. Initially, when I saw the bill, my first reaction was, why just tea? Why just tea? Why are the tea farmers and the tea growing areas looking at themselves selfishly? But then when I look at it deeply, I see actually it is the liberation of the agricultural sector in this country. And therefore, as members, we need to stand and support this. And as fast as this leaves and becomes an act, as the president puts a signature to it and becomes an act of parliament, we should push for its immediate implementation. I know the cartels will want to block the implementation of this. And the cartels are not just in KTDA, they are also in the AFA and Wakulima House here in Nairobi. They are there. They'll want to block the implementation of this act. But as long as this leaves parliament and it is signed into an act of parliament, we want to see the other acts coming in. We want to see the Coffee Act coming in, the Sugar Act coming in, the Maize Act coming in, so that we can deliberate this agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, the more the agricultural sector goes down, the more poor people we have in this country. And the more the tea and coffee goes down, the lesser growth we'll have on the economy of this country. So I want to urge that we start with this. But I am happy, and I know the people of the coast are celebrating because they know even their coconut and their cashew nut will also get attention in this country. But I also want to urge, I heard what Cecily Mbarire said, that they want to remove the coffee auction from Mombasa. And I want to say that tea is a very bulky product. It can only be transported through the port. And the port is in Mombasa. We have suffered enough when the SGR came and transportation. Many things happened at the port. The only thing that is sustaining the economy right now at the coast is tea. Why? Because the transport sector still transports tea in bulk to Mombasa. So the transporters are still saying, at least there's tea. After that, there is the coffee auction. And the coffee auction still provides very many jobs for the people there. Many people come in and occupy hotels in Mombasa. So the hotels in Mombasa actually are subsisting because the tea auction still happens where? In Mombasa. So today, if this bill goes into say, you need to start auctioning the tea from the farms and look for other ways of transporting, you will continue to kill the economy in Mombasa. So I want to beg this House that please help Mombasa to continue to have at least something that can subsist on, and say that let the auction stay where? In Mombasa, so that the transporters can still make at least a shilling after SGR took away all the business to Nairobi. at least there'll be something that will sustain. So tea is not just important to the Mount Kenya region or other tea growing area. It's not just that. Mombasa, the second largest city in this country, depends on what happens with the tea. So if tea dies, the tea industry collapses, Mombasa will continue to collapse. So as we celebrate this new breath of fresh air into the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to support this and hope that as fast as possible we shall see the death of the AFA Act, which has continued to collapse the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Baya, I hear you saying that AFA is presiding over the death of the agricultural sector economy in this country, and that I want to ask you to be very afraid that if this industry dies, then even the money that we get to give as bursary in those constituencies will not be available. So it is really the backbone of the country that we're talking about. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Martin, member for Ainamoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. And even before I do that, I wish to sincerely thank Senator Aaron of Kericho County for timely intervention. This bill is coming in such a time when there is public outcry from all the tea farmers across the country. Mr. Speaker, I want to say tea is a unique or rather special product. It is not like any other farm produce for the following 6 reasons. 1, Kenya is the 3rd largest tea producer after China and India. Last year, Kenya produced about 490,000 tons. India, of course, and China leading with over 1 million. Number 2, tea is the first foreign exchange earner in this country. It contributes 4% GDP and 26% export earnings. Reason number 3, tea is the only farm produce which you get paid long after you sell it, without even knowing the market price, without even knowing the selling price. You give out your farm produce to a broker somewhere, he sells it, recovers his costs, put his margin, and determines the price way later. 4, tea records significant variance in the selling price. For example, last year, a factory called Mununga in Meru, in Kirinyaga, received 52 shillings per kg. When a farmer in a factory called Kapsara in Trans Nzoia received 11 shillings, a difference of 41 shillings. You may be wondering if it is informed by the environment, the transport cost. But what about a case in Kericho with 2 factories close to one another, one called Mamul paying farmers 25 shillings and one called Tegat paying farmers 14 shillings, yet these are factories in the same constituent. Same directors, same environment, and incurring almost the same transport costs to Mombasa. Number 6, tea and tea industry supports 700,000 farmers, small-scale farmers, and employs over 5 million Kenyans. But as we speak right now, we risk losing those jobs because tea industry is no longer doing well. I see this bill coming in to rescue farmers. And I want to appreciate the formation of Kenya Tea Board, especially if it is going to regulate practitioners, tea dealers and producers, so that we do not have a situation where somebody wakes up in the morning and decides that he'll be dealing with tea, selling tea, auctioning tea right, left, center. I want to appreciate the fact that this bill is going to ensure that we will register farmers, tea farmers in this country. People may not understand the logic behind registration of tea farmers. But from where I come from, we are having people auctioning tea right, left, center. People who do not even produce tea. People who do not plant tea. Multinational tea sectors are suffering the biggest because we have employed guys sneaking into the tea bushes at night, pluck tea, the next day they auction tea, and nobody asked them if they are registered farmers in the first place. So I see introduction of tea board going to solve most of the problems. Mr. Speaker, tea farming is suffering from cartels. The biggest cartels in this country are found in tea industry, KTDA to be specific. It is the only body where we have top management and directors being brokers selling tea on behalf of the farmer. It is the only body that we have the company secretary doubling up as the auditor, checking books of accounts for the farmers. Clearly, he cannot be protecting the interests of the farmers and the company at the same time. We hope T-Board is going to streamline some of these issues. And we have a lot of hope in T-Board that it is going to regulate, it is going to promote and ensure that tea industry will always be vibrant. Mr. Speaker, a few years ago before AFA, we used to have Tea Research Foundation with co-mandate to assist farmers on the right tea to plant, the right seedlings that will actually survive within a specific environment, considering droughts. We would have extension officers visiting farmers to advise them on what exactly they need to do to realize maximum production. But as you speak right now, Tea Research Foundation is dead because it is underfunded. If we can ensure that we reignite Tea Research Foundation, then it is going to be beneficial to the farmers. I listened to Honorable Howen really defend tea auctioning in Mombasa, but he's being insincere. The transport cost of a farmer planting tea in Kericho, transporting all along to Mombasa, will be made by the same farmer. Why don't we have a tea auctioning in Kericho and one in somewhere Mount Kenya, so that eventually whoever buys tea will be that transport cost? Why would I have to sell tea and transport it for you and me that cost? Yet they can recover it. They will still have the same facility in Mombasa, but we are saying the auction needs to be done at the production point so that the farmer benefits. With all those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support. Thank you.
Very well spoken, the member for Ainamoi. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Ole Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my input in this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, and as you rightfully put it, I remember that day when you spoke about Alpha, and you were very passionate about it, and you really gave us very good advice in reviving our agriculture in general. Honorable Speaker, I really wanted to support this particular bill, and I will support it 100%, although I really need a lot of amendment to be done to it for us to be able to protect the real and true farmer. Honorable Speaker, and let us be sincere in our contribution. If transporting tea from Kericho is a certain amount of shilling, whether it is auctioned in Kericho or transported to Mombasa to be transported all over the world, will still be the same. So, Honorable Speaker, let it be auctioned from where the farmers are and then transported to Mombasa to be ferried to different locations in this country. Honorable, in this world. Honorable Speaker, but I want to tell the House, Honorable Speaker, that session paper number 10 of 1965 marginalized a big chunk of this country, the 80% pastoralist region. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, we had the Kenya Sugar Board, we had so many boards that deal with agricultural product, leaving out other form of farming in terms of livestock and the pastoralist region. We had the National Irrigation Board, National Cereal and Produce Board, Kenya Sisal Board, Coffee Board of Kenya, Brethren Board of Kenya, Cotton Board of Kenya, Kenya Sugar Authority, Horticultural Crops Development, and so on, Honorable Speaker. All are agricultural products. We don't have anything to do with livestock byproducts. Skin, hide and skin, Development Authority, Animal Byproduct Development Authority, Honorable Speaker, because session paper number 10 indicated that resources of this country should be placed in high potential area. We have been left behind because of that session paper number 10 of 1965. But Honorable Speaker, we will not blow other people's candle off thinking that ours will shine brighter. That is why we will support this particular bill or bill so that members will also support us, because very soon we'll also bring other bills to support other form of farming other than agricultural farming. Honorable Speaker, why I'm talking about the pastoral region? When locusts invaded the pastoral region, this House did not discuss. But when crops were touched, we had to request for declaration of national disaster, because it have touched where session paper number 10 of 1965 said that there are high potential areas. Honorable Speaker, it is high time this House legislate to protect all farmers. Even wheat farmers want protection from this House. Barley farmers need protection from this House. Livestock farmers need protection from this House. Some of us who are in regions where there are wildlife, Honorable Speaker, we don't farm because those wild animals do not allow us to farm, Honorable Speaker. We also need protection from this House, Honorable Speaker. So we will protect the tea farmers, but they should reciprocate by making sure that when we bring the bills, which I will soon do that, bring the bills to protect our livestock farming and to protect those who cannot survive on agriculture because of having wildlife in their regions, Honorable Speaker, because all of this contribute to the backbone of this country, economic backbone of this country. Honorable Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of our country. Tea alone is employing 5 million Kenyans. When you talk of 5 million Kenyans possibly losing jobs, the way we lost jobs from those who were employed by the sisal industry, the way we lost jobs from those who are employed by the cotton industry, Honorable Speaker, will be facing a disaster as a country. The big four agenda of the president, one of them is manufacturing. What will we be manufacturing when we don't produce, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, another one is food security. Where will we have food security when our farmers don't have purchasing power of food or anything else because we have killed our agriculture, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, we support this bill 100%. It should start its operation, and I urge this House not only to pass this bill, but also follow up to its implementation. I know my president will assent to this bill as quick as possible, because from our indication in January, he started by protecting the tea farmers. So I'm sure he will assent to this bill, but the bigger part will remain in terms of implementation. Honorable Speaker, let us protect our farmers from these so-called cartels. Cartels will kill this country. Cartels in corruption. We are pointing a lot of fingers to the government because of corruption. Honorable Speaker, the private sector are the one doing business with government. Though they are the cartels who go and bribe the government officers in procurement offices. Honorable Speaker, these cartels are not only in the tea industry, KTDA, they are all over. And if we start sending a warning to the cartels of KTDA, I'm sure there will be shivers in all cartels of this country. So, Honorable Speaker, I urge all members of this House to pass this bill, to support this bill, to follow up to the implementation, and be ready for as many bills as possible to protect all our farmers, agricultural farmers, or livestock farmers. Honorable Speaker, because they need our protection, they can only be protected from this House. Honorable Speaker, lastly, as I go to sit, Honorable Speaker, let us not only think of agriculture alone as a House. At the moment, the pastoralist region is facing disaster from a disease called blue mouth disease of sheep. Honorable Speaker, in Kimasai it is called sham sham. I'm telling you, Honorable Speaker, our sheep are dying in masses, and we don't have any particular authority or board to protect us. The disease does not have, we don't know what is the medicine to cure that disease, Honorable Speaker. We don't know where to run to. We don't have a research organization that we will run to so that our livestock can be saved, Honorable Speaker. As much as we will save the tea farmers from the cartels from KTDA, Honorable Speaker, even the livestock farmers need to be saved. And I urge members from the pastoralist region to now start preparing as many bills as possible to make sure that we protect our pastoral region, which is 80% of the land mass of Kenya. With those very many remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I do support Mia kwa Mia.
The Honorable Sothi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also say something about this bill. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, I come from a county that is also growing tea, the county of Vihiga, where we have a tea factory called Mudete Tea Factory. And I have experienced at first hand the challenges that tea farmers in that county go through. In fact, as we are speaking now, Mr. Speaker, most of the tea farmers have uprooted the tea because of low production and because they are not really benefiting from it. So this is a very serious problem, and I want to agree with the many members who have spoken that indeed the tea sector is on the deathbed. And as a House, I think it's important to do something about it. And I want to commend the Honorable Senator Cheruiyot for bringing this very important bill. Although I agree there is a lot of meat that needs to be put in so that to address many of the issues that members have raised. Mr. Speaker, I am also concerned about the AFA arrangement. You know, this House came up with the AFA Act and subsequently came up with the Crops Act. But this AFA thing has not helped this country. Centralized management of crops was geared towards promoting efficiency. But Mr. Speaker, it has led to more inefficiency, it has led to confusion, it has led to corruption. And I think it's a very high time that this House took the initiative of repealing the entire act so that we go back to what we had initially. For example, the sugar industry now is completely dead because we used to have the sugar bill, we used to have Kenya Sugar Board, but now we have AFA, which it is not possible. The sugar development levy was abolished. It's not able to finance operations in the sugar industry. And now tea and coffee. So something needs to be done urgently. And I wish the leadership of the Agricultural Committee was in this House so that they can take the views of the members seriously. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's a high time we need to amend our standing orders so that whenever we are discussing a bill affecting a committee, the leadership of that committee must be in the House. Because all these issues members are raising, and I can't see the chairman of the committee here, I can't see the vice chair, and most of the members in that committee are not here. So, Mr. Speaker, we should not be discussing these things in vain. We want action to be taken. The second issue is KTDA. I want to agree with members that KTDA as currently constituted is a problem in this sector, and something has to be done. The CEO of KTDA should not be a permanent position. It should be contractual, with very clear performance targets to be met. As it is now, it is a permanent position. Secondly, the company secretary for KTDA is also the company secretary of all the tea factories that KTDA is managing. I think, Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. And this is a clear conflict of interest that it needs to be done. The directors of KTDA are also directors of subsidiaries. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. And I think as a House, something has to be done. And whoever converted KTDA to be a private company, I think he did a disservice to this country. And we want KTDA to return to the hands of Kenyans, not as a private company. Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at the issues, other issues in the sector, like the cost of production is very high. Cost of electricity, cost of labor, wood fuel is so high. And we remember some time back, this government promised that they were going to give all tea factory, they are going to have EPZ status so that they can enjoy lower tariffs in electricity. That has not happened for some tea factories. So something has to be done. I am also concerned about the 2.5% management fee that KTDA charges factories. It's too much. What does it do? A small factory like Mudete, with very low returns, with very low income, it has to pay 2.5% as a management fee to KTDA, so that those directors can enjoy higher salaries, higher allowances, as the farmer is suffering. The other thing is that there are a lot of reports that have been produced by task forces on tea. Most of them have not been implemented. What is the problem? I think this is one area that the committee should look into. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I think the Kenya government has to be creative in terms of issue of marketing tea. Because we all know that the international tea prices are going down because we have a surplus of tea in the global market. So the prices will go down. And all the Kenya government needs to do, because we are the third largest producer of tea. It is said the 4 largest producers of tea constitute 60% of the world tea. Why can't they set up an OPEC, an equivalent of OPEC, so that they can regulate the amount of tea in the international market and therefore have better prices for the farmers? So something has to be done strategically at the global level so that our farmers can enjoy. Then, Mr. Speaker, also the techniques of processing tea also are a bit outdated. And they say that if we used modern techniques of producing tea, then our farmers will fetch 5 times what they are fetching now, and they will enjoy better rates. The other thing I've noticed in my county is the corruption at tea buying centers, where farmers take their tea, something happens on the weighing scale, some of those weights are put on other farmers after corrupting the clerks there, and you find a farmer who is doing so well, he's getting less bonus. These are issues that we need to look at. So, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I want to urge the Agriculture Committee let them look at these issues. If possible, they come up with a bill that is going to repeal the AFA Act, that is going to repeal the Crops Act, so that we deal with these issues that we all know. This is our work. We know these issues. Why are we not dealing with them? For example, the issue of low bonus. In my county, we get the lowest bonus for tea. Something has to be done. And this is where I support Moses Kuria when he talks about minimum guaranteed returns. We need minimum guaranteed return for tea also, and other critical crops, even sugar. We need minimum guaranteed return. We need a reserve fund so that when farmers get low bonuses, they are able to equalize that and they're able to take their children to school. Mr. Speaker, with this submission, I support the bill, but I ask for more amendments so that to bring up the issues that members have raised, and I also encourage the Agriculture Committee to take their work seriously and address the issues we are having with our farmers. The issues in coffee, the issues in sugar, the issues in tea, and any other crops that we grow in this country. With those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable Leonard Brighton, member for Konoin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to support Senate Bill number 36, T-Bill 2018, for a prime purpose that agriculture is mainstay of Kenyan economy. Number two, tea is the first foreign income earner among the crops that we have in Kenya. Number three, in my constituency, 80% of the economy is actually, and livelihood is actually based on tea, because we grow tea almost in every part of my constituency. The life of more than 600,000 smallholder tea farmers, especially those from KTDA, in my constituency, talk of Chepchabas, talk of Embamos, Mogogo Sheikh, Boito, and many others are characterized by actually poverty, low income, and short change. KTDA as an agency has actually mastered the art of bleeding a leech to fatten an heifer. And that is why this tea bill is coming in handy in order to come and rescue that particular farmer. And when you look at functions of this particular bill, because I've read this bill to the last page, the provision of regulation and development and promotion of tea industry is a very fundamental aspect that tea bill is coming to address. Because when you talk about promotion of Kenyan tea internationally, at the moment we are using traditional markets. But when we now focus on promotion, then it means we have to really think about even diversification of the market. And even diversification of the leaves that we produce. Because you see, Kenyan tea are actually CTC, roller processed black tea. But we should actually be able to even diversify and look at the green tea. Because you see, China is the first producer of tea in the entire world. And it consumes almost 90%, and it's green tea, basically green tea. So we should look at that aspect of market of green tea and even orthodox tea. This bill is also coming to establish standards and the manner of grading and classification of made tea and its products. We realize that the testing that is done in Mombasa, the testing that is done is actually not scientific. It is actually upon the officer who is testing to classify and say this is the best tea, this is not the best tea. And that is why even we have variation in prices. You look at the bonus of other regions, and Bonas of Bomet, Kericho region, there's a very big variance. And most of these has actually been been arrived at using biasness and using biasness. So we need this board in order to also control the blending, packaging, labeling of our tea for the purpose of traceability. For example, you can find Kericho Gold packaged tea in UK. You can find Kericho Gold packaged tea in overseas countries. And that is why it is very important that this Tea Board of Kenya, during its marketing, so that it can actually be able to brand and blend our tea to international standards. Establishment of AFA was actually a bad idea. And it is a big mistake because AFA actually came and lumped up all those scheduled crops together. And when you talk of crops like pyrethrum, tea, coffee, rice, sugar, among others, all these teas, all these crops are actually of different value. And that is why you've seen some of these scheduled crops have actually performing very poorly in the market. Like when you talk of sugar, for example, and you see the sugar industry has actually collapsed. And I believe this AFA is the one which has actually made the collapse of some of these industries. And when you look at the trend of tea, it is actually heading towards that direction. And that is why we need now a single body to actually look at tea issues from processing all the way to marketing. And also look at the inefficiencies and effectiveness in terms of service delivery, in terms of AFA. AFA has actually given us a very raw deal, to be precise. And as we are also talking of Tea Directorate AFA, which is it's actually incapacitated and it's actually unable to regulate in terms of matters tea. Look at issues like conflict of interest in the regulations that AFA has actually given out. It says that if you are dealing with matters financial and audit, if you are dealing with marketing, if you are dealing with processing, you are not supposed to be dealing with or rather offering company secretarial service. But when you look at the currently, what is happening, KTDA in our factories is actually doing all those 4 aspects, which is actually conflict of interest. And that is why, as we move forward, we require a very strong regulator in the tea industry in the name of Tea Board of Kenya, so that it can actually be able to focus on that. Moving forward, and which I've not seen in this particular bill, we need to actually seek to amend Public Audit Act number 34 of 2015, so that we can actually be able to allow Auditor General to look into books of accounts of KTDA. Because as it is right now, no one is actually looking at, yet KTDA is operating in public money. Farmers who've actually invested, farmers who are actually whose KTDA is managing its funds are actually members of public, and we are supposed to actually focus and make sure that Auditor General actually looks into, and even we need forensic audit to be done in the books of accounts of KTDA, so that we can actually be able to know how much funds has been lost. Because as we are talking, up to 2018, KTDA have been investing in banks that went out of receivership almost 5 years ago. Talk of Chase Bank, talk of Imperial Bank. And these are in records. So we should actually make sure that we look at that, and I'll be bringing an amendment to actually make sure that Auditor General looks into the accounts of KTDA. Look at the subsidiary companies, like Majani Insurance, like Chai Trading, like green feather, where there is no way in which you can actually be able to say that now dividends of this subsidiary has gone back to the farmer. And that is why we need to make sure that the conflict of interest that is surrounding, look at the directors of all these subsidiary companies, from Chai Trading, Majani Insurance, Green Feather, all of them are the directors of KTDA. And that is why we need to remove this conflict of interest. And even when we are talking about elections, we need to go back and look at the Companies Act in terms of bringing in one man, one vote, so that actually the representation in these factories does not become a one-man show, because I have very many shares. I'm the one to determine anything in the factory, and I'm the one even running the factory. 2.5% management fee is too high. And this management fee was fixed almost 10, 15 years ago when the volumes were not big. But right now, we have very big volumes of teas that are being produced. And that is why we need it to be lowered maybe to 1%, and even the other 1% be taken to go to stabilization fund, so that it can actually be able to support farmers when the prices fall. Tea Research Institute is also another aspect which is actually dead, and we need to make sure that we fund it. We need to make sure that we generate.
Right, and I know you are very passionate about this, but time has caught up with you. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Jane Kihara, member for Naivasha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to contribute to this very important bill on coffee. And I really hope that Honorable Moses Kuria will get time to speak to it, because Honorable Junet indicated that he's only talking about tea in funerals and rallies, and he's here now. I come from an area where we don't grow tea, but I'm a partaker of tea, and the little I know is because of the complaints that I have had. I have seen women in coffee, picking coffee in cold weather, in hot season, and eventually when we hear that they don't get anything, or the bonus that they're supposed to receive has been reduced to almost nothing. Much as we pride as a country, as agriculture being our backbone of the economy, and we don't make it profitable, then you can be sure we cannot get employment for our youth, who we are talking about not having jobs. I am sure if tea is paying, we would get all the youth from Nairobi to go to the farms and work there. We have seen centers thriving in economy, having town guests because there is bonus before, but not anymore. I have listened to somebody who is conversant with tea matters, the former PS Irongo Nyakera. I've heard him on radio in Noro FM talking very passionately, and I kind of see the frustration because of the cartels that have been mentioned here by very many people. Kenya has become a country of cartels. They are the ones who govern our economy, even the farming. You'll see somebody, a director in KTDA, like you say, and doesn't have a single tea plant or a single tree. So this is where this country has to come from. We have seen importers import sugar, and then it is repackaged in Mumia's packaging. What does that tell you? It is that we are killing our agriculture so that crooked importers can manage us by importing what we should be getting as a country. Mr. Speaker, I have never related tea with Mombasa, but now I think I know. I happen to have a nephew who is packaging tea from Mombasa, but I was not able to quite know why. In Mombasa, where they don't grow tea, is where tea is being auctioned and being packaged. So this devil called KTDA has come, this bill is bringing protection to that poor farmer. And I really hope, because I've had it many times, including those rallies that Honorable Junet is talking about, the guaranteed minimum returns, we have heard about it because we need to protect those who put us in office. Mr. Speaker, we are here courtesy of people who are being misused or deflated by cartels. So these are cartels that we should deal with. When I was young, I happened to have visited Kericho Tea Hotel. And like somebody said about Peugeots, I think that is where I saw very many Peugeot cars, new, and they all belong to the farmers of tea. When you go out of the country, you cannot compare our tea with foreign tea, the taste. And the fact that when they want good tea, they blend it with our tea leaves a lot to be desired. What is it that we are not doing as a country? We need this bill to have passed like yesterday, and I also thank the author of this bill. It is long overdue, but it is also in time for us now to say from here, what do we do with agriculture? How much agriculture was devolved? Because this is also something that some of these cash crops should have been left at national level so that they are managed and protected from close where the heart of the government is, if at all it cares about its people. Pyrethrum, which was our cash crop in Naivasha, it's no more. And the little that is grown, because it's grown, it's being exported by Chinese like bangi. It is hidden, it's taken underworld. That's how it is exported. I think the cash crops must be made to survive. They must be revived for creation of jobs of our youth. As long as agriculture is not rewarding our youth, they are not going to go back. And we will keep on saying, there are no jobs, there are no jobs. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of poverty in this country. You don't sit in the office anymore to see those women coming crying because of school fees. Yet some of them are farmers who do a good job and maintain their families. So let's start from tea as we think of how other ways are we going to improve on agriculture so that our people will be economically empowered to run the family, and also this country wakes up from the doldrums of where we are now economically. With those very few remarks, as I said, I don't come from a tea growing area, but I was born in a coffee growing area, which is suffering the same fate. So let's deal with coffee, let's deal with tea as we turn to coffee, so that our people will be up and running economically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well spoken. The Honorable Florence Bore, member for Kericho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I come from a tea growing area, and I want to thank the Senator for Kericho for bringing this bill, and I support this bill, plus the amendments that will come towards this bill. I want to say this is a bill that people from the tea growing areas are looking forward to. They want answers. They want better prices for tea like before. Farmers are suffering. They are not able to pay school fees for their children. They are not able to pay for the medical bills that are there. And I want to say, like what my colleagues have said, we need answers like yesterday. We need improvement in the payments of tea. And I want to say KTDA needs to be restructured and review its contracts with the farmers. Farmers have been exploited through the levies that are levied on tea. These levies should be done away with. If not, then they should reduce the levies that are levied on tea. There are also projects that have been started by KTDA across the tea growing areas. Those projects take up a lot of monies from the tea farmers. Those projects need to be reviewed so that we don't burden the farmers by taking away the earnings that they have from the tea. We also need to protect the farmers from unpredictable market and ensure that they get prices that cover the high costs by creating a fund to support these farmers, by even creating a minimum price guarantee when the world market prices go down. At least the farmers will be assured of a good price or a minimum price guarantee. These small-scale farmers, they own the tea factories. These tea factories should be giving the farmers some dividends. The farmers do not get any dividends from these factories. KTDA have got properties even in this city of Nairobi. Farmers do not earn anything from these properties that KTDA have ventured into. They have buildings in Nairobi. I'm sure they get earnings from these buildings, and nothing is given to the farmer. I also want to touch on corruption that could be going on in KTDA and within the agencies, and even within the factories, and even within farms where the tea leaf is collected from the farmers. We have heard of weighing scales that are doctored so that the farmers are given kgs or kilograms that are not what the farmers give out. If a farmer gives out 10 kilos of green tea, he's weighed for at maybe 7 kilograms. Where does the 7 kilos go to? That is corruption, because the farmer is not being given his rightful kilos because the weighing scales have been doctored. I also want to touch on the subsidy of fertilizer. Farmers should be given a fertilizer subsidy just like other crops. I saw the coffee farmers being given a fund, the so-called cherry fund. That was okay for coffee. But why weren't the tea farmers also given a fund, yet they fetched low prices Why weren't the tea farmers supported by the government by being given a fund like the coffee farmers? I also want to talk about employment at KTDA. Employment of staff is skewed. You will see even the tea growing areas do not have their people within KTDA, so that at least they look at the interest of the farmers from that region. And I would want to say, this is what the farmers expect, that the government looks into KTDA, streamline and ensure that the farmers from the tea growing areas are given better prices. I look forward. For a time, we've talked about cartels within KTDA. We've talked about cartels within Mombasa for the ones who sell or auction tea. Why haven't we seen EACC raid these auction centers? Why haven't we seen EACC raid KTDA? If it means bringing back the tea board of Kenya to streamline KTDA, then I would support the establishment of a tea board so that we can see better prices for our farmers. With these few remarks, I want to say I support this bill and the amendments that will come towards improving the prices of tea and any other crop that affect the farmers of our country. Thank you.
The Honorable Kishimo Githinji, member for Kishuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let me say that I am a beneficiary of the proceeds from the tea farming, because my father or my parents brought me up, and I was educated largely from the proceeds of the tea. And further from my constituency, I have two major factories which have been producing some of the best tea in this country. That is Kemunya Tea Factory and the Dumaita Tea Factory. So when matters tea are being debated, of great interest in those kind of matters. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that the abolishment of the Tea Board of Kenya through formation of one body called AFA and subsequently the Crops Act was, I believe in myself, it was a mistake, because the Crops Act left very, very important crops like tea and coffee to be left under the whims of the ministry through regulations. And these are the top top earners in terms of foreign exchange in the country. Mr. Speaker, the Crops Act leaves the tea, which is a very, very important crop, with only one paragraph referring to regulations that will usually govern the tea sector. And with that, all the management and regulation of coffee has been left to the hands of private players who have a lot of interest in the business as well. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that have affected the tea sectors, it's even right from the buying centers upwards to the factory, to the production, to the processing, to the marketing. Mr. Speaker, an area that needs a lot of reforms and we need to, after passing this bill, we also look at the relevant instruments that have also created in the factories. It's the way elections are done at the local level. Mr. Speaker, you'll note that a director would be voted for with a certain threshold of shareholding, which is okay. But it is not right and it's not proper for someone for disparity in the voting power of the people who are voting that person in. Because what has been happening is that those people with majority of shareholding through having many bushes and many kilos are the ones who determine who runs the factory as a director. That denies that local person who has fewer stems and fewer kilos it denies that right, an equal right of voting. And that is an area that we need to press on, that one man, one vote should be key in choosing the leaders that are supposed to be running or leading the factories. Mr. Speaker, an area that the board, which I'm very optimistic that will be formed through the enactment of this bill into an act, is there should be regulations on how the factory should manage their investments, including the cost of production, so that there will not be much disparity of operations from the same area. A case in point is my constituency, where the two factories, the bonuses vary by about 10 shillings. One with 37 and the other one with about 47. That is a difference of 10 shillings per kg. And they come from, the area, the production area is the same, but because of some factories mismanaging their operations or creating higher cost of production, then there is that difference in pricing. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I echo my colleagues' sentiments that corruption also needs to be wiped out at the factory levels, whereby we have seen weighing machines being doctored to deny farmers their hard-earned kilograms. An example is my place, my constituency Geshogo, whereby we had to go there with the weight and measures department people who discovered that actually
the honorable Gishimo, I'll have to stop you there. I know you are in your element on this, and this has been a very, very a discussion that has had a lot of interest from members, and the contributions have all been superb. As we sit here, I want to recognize there's still interest from the Honorables Kiaigi Diaka, a member from Kurueni, who is still in the House, and he had shown a lot of interest in this. The Honorable Member for Nyeri, the Honorable Wambugu, there's the Honorable, of course, Kipiegon Ngeno, who was next on my list, the Honorable Nduati, the Honorable Moses Kuria, the Honorable Oundo, who is still in the House and had a lot of interest in it. The Honorable Mwangi Mburu, member for Lari, who had even come here and say that his people will not understand if he does not speak to this today, but our time has caught up with us. And of course, the Honorable Tongi from Kisii, another tea-growing area, who has been patient in the House. But time has caught up with us, ladies and gentlemen. I am confident that this is a matter that will be set down again for consideration soon enough, so that all of us can share our contributions to coming up with a bill that is going to help our agriculture and especially the tea sector in this country. I hope that when it comes up again for consideration, all these members who have been here sitting with me here this afternoon will be availed an opportunity to have their say. Honorable members, the Honorable Member for Gishugu will have a balance of 3 minutes when this matter is set down again, and he'll have precedence, of course. The time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 20th February 2020 at 2:30 p.m.